This year's premier speed chess event has delivered. For 8 years, only 2 players have ever claimed the speed chess championship.
Oh, he mouse slipped! He mouse slipped!
Rookie 7 is
SCC. And it's the match!
This time around, 8 remain, fighting for a chance at the coveted title. Each of them has 1 match between them and a ticket to Paris for our first ever live finals. Through 3 blistering time controls, only the strongest
He mouse slipped!
and the quickest
Oh my god, he lost no time!
will survive.
Amazing game.
Don't blink.
Oh, but they drew!
Remember to breathe.
Oh, what a fake! Oh!
Quarterfinals of the 2024 Speed Chess Championship begin right now.
Don't blink. Remember to breathe. It's the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. Pretty good advice there from our VP of Content in our amazing intro to the event that everyone waits for all year, Robert. And right now it's the event that everyone's talking about. By the way, great to see you, man.
Oh, it's great to see you as well. I remember when we used to cover these events from that tiny office back in the day. So it's good to see us, back at it once more. And this edition is just awesome.
Danny Wrench here alongside Robert Hess, in case you didn't see the name tags that might have flashed there before your eyes. Like Robert said, we've been doing this for a long time, but it's been a minute since we had a chance to do it together. And the Speed Chess Championship is the right place to join for commentary. Robert, we can't spell chess without Hess. Let's look at the SCC and tell me what you see before your eyes here as far as so many big storylines to talk about as we move toward Paris.
Oh, some huge storylines. I like to keep it on the chessboard. Hans Niemann, he got the job done yesterday against Wesley So. That was a super impressive performance from him. We also saw Alireza Firouzja take down Fabiano Caruana in a one-sided matchup. So those two, they've stamped their ticket to Paris. We will see 2 more names come down and join them. Will it be Magnus or Arjun, Hikaru or Jan? That's the big question that everyone wants the answer to.
And I think it is a bigger question than people give it credit for. I mean, obviously, you see names like Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. Given the legacy, the history, the reputation that those 2 guys have earned, you kind of think, is it a foregone conclusion? I would say, nuh-uh, actually. Arjun is a monster. We know that Magnus has a ton of respect for him. And we'll talk about Nepo versus Nakamura in a little bit. That's going to be a thriller tomorrow on Friday. But all right, let's stay on the chess, as you said, and just dive into this matchup between, for many people, the GOAT. He is a many time world champion. If you look at classical, rapid, and blitz, he's a beast and he has a better record. But Arjun, world number 4, and brings a lot to the table here. What do you think quickly in the snapshot of this matchup?
Look at that smile on Arjun Erigai's face. He's happy. He loves learning. After losing to Magnus Carlsen in rapid chess last week, he went to talk to Magnus. He learned from that loss and immediately roared by winning a bunch of games down the stretch. So Arjun Erigaisi is as dangerous as any player on the planet. He is number 4 in the world, and that is no accident.
The king against the kid. I like the breakdown there. It's funny. We're going to talk about this storyline today for sure, because Arjun Erigaisi, in some ways, is overlooked. I mean, I've heard him referred to as maybe the most overlooked superstar in the game, because when you think of India, you have the youngest ever challenger to the world championship in Damaraju Gukesh. Of course, people think of Pragdananda, the star that he is, but Arjun Erigaisi is world number 4 and might be the most dangerous Indian player in this format. Magnus Carlsen has got to be nervous heading into this match today.
Well, very few people make Magnus nervous considering how strong he is, but Arjun Erigaisi, his achievements at this young age, it's almost like people slept on him. But look at this, number 4 in the world in classical chess. He has gained that many points, 68 points in the last year. He's number 1 from India. He's won the national championship. He won the junior speed chess championship. And you could add many more things to this list. But one thing you can't add, at least not yet, Danny, is a trip to the semifinals in the speed chess championship.
And it would be the first in-person trip that anybody's gotten. So I think Arjun would love a chance to play underdog, play bracket spoiler, if you will, play heartbreaker to, I guess, all the fans who desperately want to see the matchup Magnus Carlsen versus Hans Niemann. Of course, that is what the world is talking about and anticipating what could be in Paris. But Arjun Erigaisi has something to say about that. Let's talk about the guy he's facing, though. There's a reason most people look at Magnus and assume he will win just every chess game he's ever played, because when you look at his record, Robert, he tends to win a lot of the chess games he's ever played.
Well, he may not be Owen Wilson, but will we see Magnus in Paris? That's the big question. 18-2 overall record in the Speed Chess Championship. He's only lost to two people, Hikaru Nakamura and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He is the best scorer in all time controls throughout Speed Chess Championship history. We saw him in the opening match against Min Lei. He lost 2 games, but those are by disconnect. I mean, he is an absolute monster in each and every format and each and every time control.
Best score in 5+ minute portion, best score in 3+ portion, best score in 1+1. I mean, like you said it, he has scored the best of anybody in SCC history, and we'll see if he can continue that today. The storyline, of course, just to quickly address it, Magnus Carlsen versus Hans Niemann, will it happen? We see some questions already in chat, an interview that Hans Niemann gave yesterday. I just want to throw out the truth which is that you can say a lot of things confidently. That doesn't necessarily make them true. You can follow me on Twitter if you want to see Chess.com and my own personal response to that interview. That's going to be how I address that today, first and foremost, and then we move on and keep talking about this matchup. Back to Magnus. Let's bring up Magnus's thoughts about Arjun as we close the book on my thoughts about the drama and keep it on the chess here. Magnus says, Arjun is just a complete madman at the board. He wants to kill you in every single game, has crazy preparation, and plays extremely ambitiously, and that's what makes him very dangerous. That is high praise from a guy who knows a thing or two about chess. And do you think he takes a mindset into this match, Robert, of knowing he doesn't have a lot of room for error?
He does not. I mean, Arjun Erigaisi has shown in many games that he can prepare 30, 40 moves even. He has shown that to the Masters. So Arjun Erigaisi, it's no joke. He is somebody who is super strong. He's number 4 in the classical rankings. But let's not forget, he came up on the online circuit. He was playing so many bullet and blitz games. So Arjun, take him seriously. And we know Magnus does. That quote is just one of many.
Well, I know you love to take these stats seriously. Speaking of things that people can say confidently whether they're true or not, an interview yesterday. Let's talk about whether the smarter chess stats are true. He gives them confidently every time, Robert. But every time we look at him, we go, is that really true? Is Magnus really a 64% favorite over Arjun Erigaisi today?
Well, I would say Magnus is an even larger favorite than that, but Arjun does have a legit chance. I would give it something like 80% Magnus, 75+% to Magnus Carlsen. He just has the experience. He's got the strength. But Arjun Erigaisi, as we'll say time and time again, he is no easy customer. He is super strong. But Magnus, he happens to be the GOAT for a reason.
Yeah, he does. And when you break it down by time control in those smarter chess stats, it makes a little more sense when you see, a couple game favorite in 5 minute, couple game favorite in 3 minute. And I guess that makes sense. But in the end, it's hard for me to say that Arjun Erigaisi is a 36% underdog against anyone in a blitz match like this, just knowing the monster that he is. And we see there his 3rd SCC appearance, his record currently 1-2. That would be a crazy way to bring it to 2-2 if he could beat Magnus Carlsen. Let's talk about the time control as we get ready here, get set for the players. Remind everybody that this year it's 75 minutes rather than 90 minutes, 50 minutes rather than 60 minutes, and 30 minutes rather than 25 minutes now rather than 30 minutes as we look at the respective time controls. A little faster than we've had in previous years. When we get to Paris, we will be moving back to the full and I guess traditional for those OG SCC fans of 90, 60, and 30. But what have you thought about the time controls so far, or I guess the segmentation, Robert? I think there's been some matches where the slightly shorter time in the bullet especially has maybe made a difference and made it a little harder to make a comeback for some people. But have you noticed any major difference with the slightly less time for each time control?
Well, I'm going to take one out of your book. I just laughed internally because you talked about OG fans and it made me think of Joshua Chamberlain. So that's where my mind was at the moment. But as it pertains to the time control, Danny, to be on a serious note, I mean, the shorter time control means that you don't have the ability to bounce back if you get off to an extremely slow start. So you do not want to rely on the bullet segment. Nobody does. Jan Nepomniachtchi was able to win his match, thanks in large part, I should say, to the bullet, as did Wesley against Denis Lazovic and some others. But the point is, you don't have as much makeup ground when the time controls have less time per format.
Okay, well, you threw my brain into Joshua Chamberlain lives. If you're an OG Twitch fan and you know the Joshua Chamberlain reference, you get, I don't know, you probably already have a Diamond membership. We'll do some kind of giveaway for you because you've been around for a minute. All right, well, we apparently have a minute right now. We're letting the game ops staff, shout out to the crew at Chess.com, working hard to bring everything together to dial in and connect with both of our players and get them set. So in the meantime, Robert, I'm going to give a shout out while we have a moment to the Speed Chess Championship and the final opportunities that people have to get tickets. There are actually only 7 tickets left if you want to be in the room on Championship Sunday. So if you've been on the fence and you're like, all right, let's go, I'm doing this thing, now's the time, because only 7 more seats remain for the throwdown room. I can't wait to check out the venue. We hear that the East spot is amazing. It's going to be the spot to be for chess. And yeah, buy your tickets. They started only $45 for the whole weekend. I know that the diamond tickets are completely sold out. So if you were looking for the top tickets, the top kind of VIP experience, unfortunately you missed that, but still plenty of good seats left. And like I said, Robert, 7 to be in the room on Sunday, where Robert Hess will personally use a t-shirt gun to shoot prizes into the stands. That is false advertising. That's not going to happen.
No, it will not. But what will happen is 4 worthy competitors will make their way to Paris. Hans Niemann, Alireza Firouzja, the 2 who have already booked their tickets to the semifinals and the eventual chance at winning the whole thing. And Danny, as we approach today's match, okay, we're talking about Arjun, we're talking about Magnus. I do think that Magnus should be around an 80% favorite against Arjun. I just think that he is that strong. But from what you've seen from Arjun Erigaisi over the last year, and even before that, this is a historic run from a youngster, a prodigy in his own right, somebody that if he had been able to secure that second game against Pragnanda, the people of India would have been talking about him rather than Prague.
Not only that, not only has he had this historic run and he's earned a reputation for himself. For those of you who just got here, we had a great quote from Magnus talking about just how dangerous he knows his opponent is today. But he's also done it, Robert, in some ways with limited opportunities, meaning you don't see him competing in some of the major household staple events we know, at least not yet, all the time. He's starting to get more invites as are well deserved. But the fact that he's had the run he has and is already the world number 4 in classical chess, when people are just kind of getting to know the guy. And I think he has so many more opportunities ahead for him. So yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think this guy is fully capable of the upset today, despite what you said, saying that, you think Magnus is probably an 80% favorite. I think that this guy is capable of shocking the world, and we'll see if he can get it done. We see now that both players are with us. Magnus is dialing in here. Arjun Erigaisi is patiently waiting for a chessboard to explode on. By the way, shout out to the Owen Wilson reference. You subtly snuck in, you sneaky dog. I laughed because I was like, someone just won a bet that Robert Hess would make the first pop culture reference of the day. You won.
Yeah, he hit that one and the throwback to our buddy JC. Wherever JC is, hope he's doing well. But...
Let's start calling him JC so people wonder who we mean.
Well, what's funny about how the players, as they were just on camera, is we matched them. Magnus and I somehow coordinated well. We're both in the green shirts, and you and Arjun both wearing the black shirts. So it seems like unintentionally we are matching the players' wardrobe.
I love it. We got top shelf and bottom shelf clothing line here. Apparently it was black shirts on the top shelf and green shirts on the bottom. And Magnus in his well-known spot. People have seen him win a lot of chess games in that chair, whether it's the Champions Chess Tour, the Speed Chess Championship events, or many others. So, but given the attire he's on, I think that the first hard-hitting interview question will probably be about how he shot today in golf, knowing that he's obsessed with golf. And if I had to guess, that's probably where he came from.
Well, let's see where he's going. It doesn't matter where he's been. It matters what he's about to do, because he does get the first move against Arjun Erigaisi. I cannot wait for liftoff here. And there it is, E4 best by test. Danny, do you think that Magnus or Arjun is more likely to play some offbeat openings today?
Good question. Normally, I would say Magnus, knowing that his reputation for many years was, as we said, it takes a very well-prepared player to make it look like he's taking his opponents consistently out of preparation, right? We've talked about that a lot. Fabiano Caruana commentated on that with you and I here in this building in 2021. So normally I think it's Magnus who's very well prepared, but actually has strategies to get his opponents off book. But I don't know. Iragaisi also likes himself creative, dangerous positions. So I think it could go either way. Though Magnus is answering a little bit of the question in real time, definitely playing a bit of an obscure variation of the Petrov before us now.
Yeah, G3 at this early stage, the queens are in line with one another, so you would expect a queen trade once that knight gets booted from E4. But instead, Magnus delaying this a little bit, and I do think that Black needs to be a little bit careful. Because, Danny, sometimes you think, it's just the status quo, I know what to do here. But you allow the white king to get out the way, and then a rook appears on E1, and there could be problems down Main Street on the E line. So I do think that Arjun, he's taking his time at a wise moment because he could find himself in trouble if he's not careful.
Yeah, and then with bishop g4, the question is he going to solve that problem the old-fashioned way? Let's get spicy. I'll castle long, and we're going to have our first game with kings on opposite sides of the board. I really like that you highlighted that, Robert, though, because I think you look at this and quickly think, oh, the queens are coming off soon. We're going to have an endgame, which might happen still. But your point really maybe forced Arjun to play bishop g4, and if he gets castled long, we might have a very opposite type of game than an endgame.
And watch out, because knight d4 is a monster threat here. When you see a pin piece, look how you can pile pressure on it. And even if white plays a move like d3, Danny, I still think knight d4 is in the air because of this nasty pin from the bishop to the queen. So be very, very careful now if you're Magnus. Each side has to figure out some difficult choices.
Yeah, white could lose in that position very quickly. I don't know if we want to show the line for the fans.
Let's do it.
Is it too early for analysis?
Nah,
Let's just do
never
it,
too
right?
early.
Let's show it. In the end, after queen e4, the queen's trade, and then your variation where the bishop ends up on f3. Black is just winning a pawn, and with it just much better here. Although, funnily enough, it's actually not a huge advantage according to the computer. That's strange. Anyway, love black in this position.
You could probably castle him. That way you save the pawn. But let's be honest, Danny. Your intuition was correct. Nobody wants this position from the white side. Black has a bishop pair, a healthy pawn structure. So as we return to the game and we see what's happened, it looks like d3 is on the board. So fireworks should ensue. Knight d4 is the move that feels like it's begging to be played.
We might get that line. And it's surprising because despite my blunder missing castles, which is a creative way to save that e-pawn, I think we agree that that's a good position for black with the bishop pair and the white square. So fascinating. Magnus invites this line, and Arjun's going to give a think before he plays knight d4.
I guess the thing is that white will not take this knight on f3. That's what Magnus is relying on. That once the queens are swapped, knight takes f3, the king will just slide over to f1. And I mean, Danny, this isn't what we typically teach our students, right? Where the king isn't castled, neither king is castled for the record, and this is an odd position. It looks to my eyes like black is doing very well, yet the engines, those darn engines, they always say right down the middle, it's an equal game.
I hate you, computer. I hate you. Ugh. They always make it look so equal. All right, well, knight a3 is played. White will probably play c3 next to get rid of that, or bishop e3. Both of those moves come to try to get rid of that knight on d4. Can Arjun be aggressive? Are you considering things like d5? I know I got tactics on the brain, but no, he doesn't. He's going to play a natural move.
Well, you know, your question is a good one, that sometimes you're enticed when your opponent plays this sort of dodgy opening, you're provoked to make some kind of outburst like d5 and take this knight on a3. Not in this position, but to your point, Danny, in the earlier one. But I actually think that Magnus has a pretty nice looking position. The valuation, it's fair. It's in the middle, but I like having these pawns in the center and quite advanced. They're restricting black's pieces, and you could see more pawn advances in the near future against this bishop. So I will say that white's king, not in the best place. The rook's not connected. I get all that, but I just think that considering where we came from, this is just a game with chances for both sides and very much in Magnus' style.
Well, there's a trick that my buddy Robert Hess taught me. White could consider playing f5 first if you're not careful in some spots, and after g takes f5, you throw in h3, and that bishop gets itself trapped in some lines. So we'll keep an eye on that. Obviously, playing f5 comes at the risk of some of those central dark squares. So interesting stuff. I like it. Exciting original game. You asked a great question. Apparently, it was a prophetic. Call the prophet. I think we're going to have a lot of games like this, maybe where Magnus wants to take Arjun into positions that are both sides really on their own, and then see how he plays.
Just reminds me of, not the same pawn structure, but an exchange French where one side is like, let's just have a game of it. It's blitz chess. We'll see who the better player is. And we see Arjun castle queenside. So white is not castle, but the king is safe on f2. Now this knight is trying to jump forward. Danny, the problem with this position from my seat here is there's no tension. The pawns aren't aimed at each other. And I think that I sometimes just lash out where I make a move like f5. But is that the right decision? Is that what Arjun is going to go for? Or is that type of move possible to backfire with?
Yeah, I agree. And there are no, I guess to add more to your point in slightly different words, there aren't any clear ways for black to bring more squares to his pieces because pawn breaks are so risky. If you play f5, that comes with some risk. You can't play d5 here. Okay, he goes for it. We're gonna see. But I guess if you didn't play f5, your pieces lack squares. So he needed to strike back, even though it gives white this 3-on-2 pawn majority. If we want to quickly highlight that, that's the now long-term advantage white has to get a passer on the king side.
And that's a great point. You know, I love cutting the board in half. Here, the material is balanced. That is true. You see even pieces with each side, but there's an extra pawn for black on the d file, an extra pawn for white over here on the f4 square. So we are looking in different directions. Arjun is playing a great game thus far. Clock is about even as well. So I think that this is going to boil down to who will have the better endgame technique. Magnus Carlsen probably is the best endgame technique in chess history. Will he have it in this game? And Danny, I have to say, love the king march. It's an endgame.
Yep.
Use the king as a weapon.
I love it. King f3. Arjun strikes back with d5 to make sure he gets the e4 square. Opens up that opportunity for business. But Magnus is not wasting any time to use the 3-on-2 majority we talked about. King comes forward and he wants to get a pass pawn.
He has access to a pass pawn in the very near future. And one of the big questions that everybody should be asking themselves is what trades does each side want? Who would be happier without the rooks? Who would be happier without these dark square bishops? They're not always easy questions to answer. Without the rooks on the board, white's pass pawn does seem very clear, but black is trying to create a passer of his own. d4, let's eliminate these two, and then suddenly the c pawn becomes a passer. So Danny, with the bishops on the board and some of these pawns, especially if a bishop lands on d4, we could see black trying to get the dynamic edge.
I love d4 from Arjun. I love that he's not waiting and trying to defend passively. It's 100% the right thing to do. I wonder if Magnus will take with the bishop and invite the rook ending on dc3, or whether he'll keep the bishops on the board. Because you asked the big question. I don't know the answer. You're the grandmaster. I'm not. Do I increase my winning chances if I'm white by going into the rook ending here? Like, I would think no for rook endings and their reputation, but Arjun doesn't take.
Yeah, I think Arjun is wise to keep more pieces on the board. And the reason why is f5, there is no f6 after that as the bishop covers the square. Without pieces on the board, that pawn, it rumbles much more quickly, especially, and this is something to note for everybody, if the black king gets cut off. The white king is very active. Don't be surprised when it wins king of the hill by going up to e4 next. But Danny, this is a type of position where one inaccuracy can change the balance of this game. And both players now down under 1 minute, 20 seconds. That's exactly when mistakes occur.
Yeah, this is going to come down to we get our first answers in terms of how the players feel today. Have they shown up ready for the time scrambles? What would their nerves be with seconds on the clock? Because I think we're probably going to have a position not similar to this, but we're still going to have a very close game and about a minute off the clock here for both sides.
And you see Arjun bring the king out. It's the end game. We're talking about using that piece as an active one, as a weapon. And here's c5. So Arjun, he's not backing down. He actually is backing up his pawn on d4 with another. And here we see now a protected pass pawn on d4. However, some pawns on dark squares. So be very careful if you're Arjun that later in the game, if white's bishop gets active, those pawns can become targets. This is level. Both sides playing extremely well. And for now, for Arjun, Danny, if he can create a passer of his own, he can also swing that rook over the b file. We can see the tides turn.
I'm loving how Arjun is playing this position. And with the pass d pawn being protected, you highlighted it already, but that's a long-term advantage that white does not have. You have a risk if you play f5 too soon, bad things happen. If you lose that pawn, at some point black will have real winning chances now. And I like your plan of rook b8 and b5. Yeah, and by the way, both sides just playing incredibly accurate chess. You called it. There's just no. I don't think the eval bar has shifted more than enough time for the page to load at this point.
But is that a commentator's curse?
We have Joshua Chamberlain lives.
We have our first question mark of the game. King d6, I guess, trying to play for b5, but it's hard to move this rook, Danny. If you move the rook off the h file, that white rook was going to slide on over and gain some ground. So Arjun, he's about to be down to 20 seconds. I have a really bad feeling about the direction this game is going for him.
What is wrong with me? The first jinx of the somewhere out there, JC, who's changed his username, is shaking his fists in the air. All right, G5, the second mistake of the game, according to the computer, but it's partly time pressure induced, Robert, because you called it. It's now you're now in that spot where you don't have a lot of time to solve the problems you're being faced with. Classic Magnus giving his opponent problems to solve.
And a fantastic move by Magnus, playing on both sides of the board. If GF or CB, the bishop takes with check, and then you could take the other pawn. Arjun gets a move up, but look at this. His king is up. Rook E7 can hit the bishop and this pawn. G5 is hanging as well. This is a passer. However, Arjun is trying to get his king involved and trying to use this pass D pawn. So objectively good for white, but Danny, throw objectivity out the window when both players are nearing 10 seconds.
I love that he took G5 first. The reason is Black couldn't take C4 because Rook C1 check was still a skewer. So he takes first instead of Rook E7, allowing Black to take on F4 with check. A really important, I think, little tempo move by Magnus.
And Magnus gets behind that pawn. Here goes the G pawn. That one cannot be easily stopped. And I'm surprised by Bishop C5, but it's a good-looking move. Oh, no. That's too slow. I thought you had to go and try to corral the pawn with your Rook and Bishop.
Yeah. What? Oh, wait, Bishop D6 check?
No, it's pinned.
Oh, Bishop.
It's pinned.
Oh, it's pinned.
Magnus wins.
Rook to C7. What a finish. I don't know if we can quickly show the final position, because if I'm blundering it, as much as I'm the lowly international master of this duo, I'm assuming some people in chat also want to see a quick breakdown. Because when I saw Rook C7, of course I saw the idea, Robert, to show Black can't take because White gets a queen with check. But I looked at Bishop D6 check, and I'm like, Magnus just blundered. But, okay, just highlight real quick, the bishop was pinned.
Won't let me do it. Those bugs. Nope, that bishop is pinned. And that's a great move by Magnus to pin the bishop and then win the game on the clock as well as on the board. So Magnus takes the first game. As soon as we enter that endgame, Danny, you could feel Magnus gaining strength. And it may sound weird to hear that, but Magnus, he thrives deep in those endgames where the way forward isn't always obvious, and he was able to secure victory. So now we're in game 2. Magnus, his position from the black side, loose B pawn. That's the downside of developing your light square bishop so early, but very solid with the pawn triangle heading towards D5. So in your experience, Danny, do you like these positions from the black side? Do you feel they're a little bit too passive? How do you recommend going forward from here?
Well, I like these positions for the black side, especially with the dark square bishops having already been exchanged, because White played this, it's not a London, but this bishop F4 development, there are like these weird transpositions where there's tricks, and as long as you don't have tricks coming to the B7 pawn, or in sometimes the queen on C7 gets tender, there is still Rook C1 coming, by the way. But usually if you can't be punished for the time you lost of developing the light square bishop on B7, then Black is usually very happy because the bishop is outside the pawn chain instead of being bad. The dark square bishops are gone, which gives Black a little more space than you normally have. So look, objectively, White's a teeny bit better. We're on move 10 here, but I like this. I like this as an approach for Magnus here.
Yeah, he's trying to force Arjun to beat him with small positional advantages. And Magnus, we read that quote from him. He said, Arjun's a madman. And he meant that in the most complimentary way ever. He's saying his preparation is so creative, so deep, that you want to avoid that at all costs. And here we see just such a solid setup. White has the bishop. That sounds like an advantage, especially if the position is open. But is this position open? I don't think so. When I see a pawn chain like this, all of these pawns on light squares blunting that bishop's access to key squares, and queen b6, Danny, a queen trade, endgames, we know they're Magnus' specialty.
Another endgame offering, another endgame on the board. If you're just tuning in, Magnus Carlsen won game 1 with White in a Petrov that entered an endgame, and then it entered Magnus territory. I like what you said, Robert. It's almost like you see him gaining strength. I don't want to make like a vampire reference or something, but it's like he's gaining strength, like taking the life out of others when he forces people into these endgames, because this is what Magnus wants. Look at this. This is just we're just going to play some maneuvering positional chess from now until we're both under a minute, and then we'll see how you handle yourself there. That might just be what he drew up at home.
And when you're in a tournament and you see a position like this, how do they describe it? It's just a position, and that's what Magnus wants. He does not want to get into that home cooking. He does not want to see Arjun unleash that inner beast. He may have had a smile on the graphic, but he is not someone who is going to just be kind at the chessboard. And oh my goodness,
Yep.
Danny, are we playing checkers over here? Because I see lots of pawns on light squares.
No one likes checkers here. This is not checkers.com. I hate you, Mr. No, I'm kidding. Checkers, great people. Yeah, this is an ugly structure, but it's also a solid structure for Magnus, right? And it plays well in terms of also, what are you biting on? E4 isn't a possibility, so White can't open position there. G4 isn't a possibility right now because the H4 pawn would fall to the rook. So it's a closed position, slightly favoring Magnus's 2 knights, and he's just sort of controlling all the breakthroughs.
Yeah, and this bishop, I mean, for the moment, I'm going to give it one of these because it's kind of a dead piece. It's staring into a wall of pawns. So I think that there's going to be a lot of work for Arjun to do to free that bishop up. And speaking of freeing up pieces, Danny, a5, a4, let's develop this rook on its starting square.
The other thing is that Magnus, well, the first game I think was much closer until both sides got under a minute. This game, Magnus has flexed an early time advantage, and if the trend continues, you see it. You see it. We're kind of assuming that it might have been a drawn-up plan at home to just take a very positional approach. That quote that Magnus gave about Arjun, just to remind everybody of the storylines coming into this matchup, Robert. Magnus called Arjun a madman, said he wants to play every game to win, but he also highlighted that Arjun is very well prepared, right? And that's a call out that matters because it's another reason why Magnus is going to maybe try to avoid opening theory, not going to let Arjun flex whatever preparation he's doing at home.
And what's happening here is it's a closed position, which means it takes time to come up with plans. Magnus undoubled his pawns. Arjun's still saddled with these double B pawns that later can potentially be targets. And if this knight moves back, don't be surprised if G5 happens and G4 with a complete light square bind against a poorly placed light square bishop. You know what White's best move is in some of these positions? Putting that bishop on a square like A3 or C3 or somewhere on the dark squares. But that can't happen. That's not how chess works. And Danny, I think of all players on the planet, Magnus Carlsen, he knows how these pieces move.
He knows how chess works. I have a really funny story about someone who tried to switch their bishop to a different color in a game, but we're not gonna talk about that right now. long ago in a scholastic chess universe, far, far away. But yeah, I mean, it's that bad of a situation because if that bishop were a dark squared piece, it'd be a very different game. All right, here it comes G4. Mm-hmm. So Arjun is creating opportunities there on the king side.
Ooh. And I thought Magnus would just play G6 just to keep everything nice and together, but he plays G5, and now the knight's on the rim with check, so that's the annoying thing for black. But Danny, giving Arjun credit, I mean, he is handling things pretty well for now, and he also has a plan all of a sudden. There's pawn tension. He could take on F5 and on D5 and try to open up some lines. The bad news earlier was that if CD5, there was always E takes D5, and the rook wouldn't gain access to an open file. But if this king steps back, and this capture happens on F5, and then this capture happens on D5, suddenly we see a rook gain access to this C7 square. But he took on D5 first. I guess pawn takes with the E pawn.
I was going to say, or the other move order, because this is kind of nice. Now when he takes F5, you force the king up, and there might be tactics in the air.
I know that Danny
what Arjun has planned.
And that Danny voice is like, where is it? I sense there's something here. Arjun Erigaisi.
Okay,
oh, there it
F3,
is.
There you go. There it is. Note, everyone, you can't take the knight, as Robert's highlighting, because white takes on E4 with check, and then you win the rook on the next move. That's a discovery waiting to happen. And now this is coming to life. Arjun has found a way to create some problems for Magnus on the king side.
I mean, what's with this king on F5? You don't want that up there. And that's king is running back to E6. But here's the big question, Danny. E4, that's a move you play to open up the center of the board against the king. But then that D4 pawn feels a little bit loose. White doesn't have pawn chains. Pawn chains are great when the base of the pawn chain is safe. And guess what? This pawn on B7, very safe defending this pawn chain here. White, on the other hand, doesn't have pawn chains. And look at Magnus go. He's attacking some of these central pawns.
Now maybe B4 those on the board with rook H4 because you just undefended your own rook. Hey, no, Arjun doesn't go for it. Maybe the rook on A8 is kind of stuck anyway, so we can come back to that tactic. But I'm not surprised to see E4 from Arjun despite the risk, right? He is a madman. He wants to win. He's made this one spicy rather than allowing the mutual time pressure, Robert, where Magnus grinds him down like he did in game one.
Objectively good chess. E5 could happen in the near future. Gaining access to F5 square. Black may consider bringing a rook to H8 to go all the way down to H2 with check. But that actually doesn't have a knockout to follow, right? The king slides back to G1 and the bishop defends. So before you bring your rook to H8, you have to be certain it's the correct decision because as you mentioned, Danny, very astute, that A5, that's a huge target in the position. So rook H8, I would play that in a bullet game, but I actually am not sure if it delivers what you are hoping for.
Agreed. And also just looking at the body language of the players, looking at the time taken, this is one of those spots where I want to call out the evil eval bar because the computer's making it look like this is just a 50-50 position. But I feel like momentum is favoring Arjun right now. Magnus now down on the clock. And the tactics, or we'll call it, we always call Black's position is more blunderable. you talked about rook h8. The king on e6 is tender, right? There are tactics in the air with e5, as you already highlighted, in the f5 square. So Magnus taking his time for a reason. Don't let the evil eval bar fool you here, everybody. And there you go. This is the kind of position where people blunder because it's harder than it looks.
And we see why. The pawn captured on d5. Is this king? I know I made a king of the hill reference earlier, but come on. A king on d5 in this position is asking to get checkmated. And if you take back with the pawn, not only does this rook gain an open file, the other rook gains the e file. So king takes d5. I think that was out of necessity. So Danny, where is it? Where is the punch from Arjun?
The king is on d5, and it's not king of the hill. So you're looking for tactics for Arjun. You're like, come on, where is it? Is b4 again on the agenda? Because remember, that pawn is pinned to the rook. Magnus is walking into the face of danger here. There has to be a tactic for Arjun.
And he plays bishop c4. The pawn on d4 was untouchable because of a check down the d file, winning the knight on d7. So it said the king, it tucks its tail between its legs and runs away. But how quickly can it run? Danny, knight e4 check. We might see a knight coming into d6. The whole queenside might collapse.
Let's go, Arjun. If you can find knight e4 check, I think that's the move. And rook f1, also really interesting that the rooks are working together to create a surprisingly very quick mating net against Magnus's king.
Love that move, rook f1. The restraint, not to give a check, not to take a pawn, but instead open up the possibility of a discovered check. And as you're pointing out, if you take here, that black king is in trouble. It's in the wrong location. So Magnus, he decides to bring his king to g6, but how does that stop the plan if Arjun simply takes the pawn and then delivers a check on the 6th mark next?
Yeah, it looks like it's moments away from collapsing. Rook e6 check first is even interesting to get the king back to the f file, and he goes for it. And that was the idea, because note the king has to go to f7. Otherwise, there were all kinds of threats like f4 check or whatever. But this looks really dangerous. You're attacking the knight. You're threatening to take on g4 with check.
And the king goes to e8 because it went to e7. Just to point out, there was a fork, a check protecting this rook and attacking this rook back on h4. So the king had to go back to its starting square. Denny, it's looking really nice for Arjun. His king is safer. His pieces are more active. But Arjun, he has to find the correct continuation. Otherwise, Magnus may be able to survive.
Magnus only has 5 seconds to figure it out, though. He goes back to f7. Magnus would happily take a draw here. Don't repeat again if you're Arjun. Find another move. He does.
And look at this. We have a defense of the 7th rank. This black king is trying to snake away. King d8, king c7. That's the goal. However, there was rook g8 check on the agenda. So 3 seconds for Magnus. Danny, he makes a blunder in his time trouble.
It's so funny. The computer points out blunder, and I'm like, where is it? Oh, it's rook e3 check. And then if king f7, then you come down to e7. I mean, I say with a higher voice because I'm insecure and I don't know what I'm talking about.
I mean, that looks
don't know.
extremely good. But Magnus done 1 second. He's barely getting these moves off. And at the very least, Arjun can say, thanks for the material. But look at this. Oh, losing pawns opens files. That rook is happy to see the b file. But again, resourceful. Yeah, it's resourceful Magnus right now. He's not out of the woods yet, but suddenly both sides under 5 seconds. And Arjun has let this slip. I mean, it still looks so good for white up a pawn. But that black king, it's active. And now he's trying to get these pawns. He's down 2, though. Really nice, though, there from Magnus, recognizing the rook ending more than likely a draw because his king is so active and those pawns are split. And that's an A-pawn, which means that any king and pawn game would be a draw. Here it is. That is it. Unbelievable. Yeah, I was about to finish your sandwich there, Danny. Unbelievable save Magnus. Finish my sandwich anytime you want. You know that. We share. By the way, I haven't made you yogurt parfait in a while. I made myself a delicious bowl of yogurt parfait this morning. I'm throwing chia seeds in it and some wheat germ, and it's just really good for your digestion. Well, whatever these players are eating is good for not just their digestion, but their chess as well. I'm jealous. I could use a nice parfait or acai bowl. That would really hit the spot. And Danny, I asked you the question at the top of the show. Offbeat openings. There's a pawn on h3 already. So Magnus is just kind of doing random stuff. I think you asked it because you knew it was going to be an important storyline. You're foreshadowing. That's what good commentators do. And I think the question is getting answered. Who would try to avoid theory more, Magnus or Arjun? Definitely Magnus. Doesn't want Arjun to get deep preparation or even really. I don't think he wants to take Arjun into super complicated attacking positions. He wants positional. I don't want to call it boring, but we'll call it accurate and technical chess. And that's what Magnus would like here today, I think, against Arjun. Well, precise chess is definitely what Magnus Carlsen has displayed time and time again. And Arjun Erigaisi, I mean, he is capable of hanging in there with Magnus. We saw even in that first game, it was time trouble that did him in. And in that second game, Arjun was able to obtain a winning position. So for Arjun Erigaisi, the key is keeping a healthy bit of time left on the clock. Here out of the opening, I can't really comment too much on it. It seems like it's just been an exchange French, although it was from the Petrov, and now both sides will be aiming for small pluses. Black has the bishop pair, but Danny, White has the healthier pawn structure.
Agreed. And it is a Petrov. Let's note for the fans who might just be tuning in, it's the second Petrov of this match. Magnus took on e5 in game 1 as White and took on e5 again here in game 2. So again, we're just talking to the broader storyline. What did these players bring to the board? What is the match strategy and their preparation? For Magnus, it looks like I want to get some boring technical or at least very deeply theoretical prepared lines. But this game, it looks like it's backfiring a little bit. I kind of like Black's, and I was wondering, is he going to go g5? This is the aggressive way for Black to play on the king side.
And it's Arjun Erigaisi's style. He is not afraid. Yep. He plays g5. For those of you at home who may wonder what's so bad about g5, it attacked the bishop. Pawns don't move backwards. Not sure if that memo has been received. So this king has a lot of empty space in front of it. This f6 square, for example, not protected by a pawn. The f5 square, also not protected by a pawn. So if, for instance, this bishop leaves and a white knight can enter there, it's hard to kick it out of your territory. So I still think that Arjun did the right thing, but you have to be careful with the long-term consequences of each and every pawn move.
I love when you highlight that pawns can't go back. It's one of those rules I never forget. Very few rules I can remember in this old brain. That pawn on g5, as you said, is an aggressive lever. It might go to g4, right? At the right time. You're trying to attack, sometimes h5 and then g4. But as Robert pointed out, those are one-way streets. Once you get on them, the pawns, they will not return, and it could backfire down the road for Arjun.
But Arjun, he is not retreating. Instead, he is going on the offensive. A knight into c3. What was I saying about pawns moving and can't kick pieces out of squares? You would love to push your pawn back to b2 and say, get out of here. But no, that's not how chess works. And excuse me, does bishop takes h3 work, or is there some kind of rook e3 tactic that Magnus is relying on?
Nice spot. He might have missed his chance. Although rook e3 did look interesting. So might have been one of those weird ways to steal the pawn and then live to tell about it through an awkward computer move. But still, Black has an edge, dominating on the e-file. The knight is so well placed, and don't turn your back on bishop takes h3. It could come back. Oh,
there's going to be opportunity for it. It did not work earlier. I just want to quickly show that. And, I'm kind of seeing the question mark and wondering, is there a real blunder? But no, bishop takes h3, rook e3, hits the knight, protects the other knight. Maybe even queen e3 was there. But you see that White is the one with the better position. So the point is, bishop takes h3 did not work, and the evaluation now going back up for White. Instead, we see rook e8. And Danny, as this game continues here, Black is going on the offensive towards the White king. h5 for some reason considered in a miss. I like the move.
I like it too. I think it only might have been because maybe g4 immediately was even possible due to the fact that the f2 pawn is tender. If you look at the queen and the knight hitting f2, but I don't know if there was something more concrete other than play g4 and as what would Candy say, g4 for the score, something like that. Here comes h5 though, and g4 is next.
h5 and we live. G4 for the score. H5. Here we go. I mean, this looks like a problem for Magnus. Right. The only good thing about this game is his clock. He is well ahead on time, and he is ahead in the match score. Those are the two things that I think are going his way at the moment. But Danny, Arjun has completely outplayed Magnus to this point, and now after this exchange of knights, these double pawns are no better, and in fact worse than these central double pawns that Black has.
I love the way Arjun plays chess. I just have to say that. And again, that's why the Magnus quote was what it was. The guy is a madman. Dude, this was an exchange Petrov with knight takes e5. And this is how Arjun is going to play chess today. He is creating something out of nothing. He wants to attack. He's aggressive as all giddy up. I think that's an appropriate phrase to say. He's aggressive as anything you can get. And Arjun creating a kingside attack here.
Yeah, he has just traded a pair of rooks. He wants to distract one of white's pieces. If the queen ever takes on e1, later in the game, c2 will be loose. If the knight takes on e1, well, all your pieces are in the first rank, and that just looks very unpleasant, and the d4 pawn could be an eventual target. So I like how Arjun's playing. He's telling Magnus, you want to play the style where you avoid opening theory at all costs? I'm ready to take you on in these positions. And speaking of d4 pawn being lost, it just went. Black is up a pawn, but Danny, those squares on the king side, is Black really that happy, or does White have some chances there to make use of potential weaknesses?
I mean, I think White has chances, but I do think Arjun's happy, and I think the H-file could still be more dangerous for Black. If the queen goes to E5, you play King G7 and Rook H8, and Bob's your uncle on H4, right? Let's do it. Attack.
Looks very easy when you put it like that. I think what Magnus is going to rely on, and Queen E3, it looks like it's heading for H6, but don't forget about this little A7 pawn. And Arjun is going for your plan, which is wise. He just wants to try to pick up this knight. There's a pin pawn on G3. The king will slide back to G1. And I'm just going to ask you, because I don't know for sure, whose king is actually safer here? The white king that will go back to G1, or the black king that has many pieces around it?
I'm just going to acknowledge what you're kind of saying. You know, you're kind of pointing out the future of this game is very Magnus turnaroundable. Is that a verb we can use? Magnus turns around games like this all the time. Here goes the rook to F4, hitting G4. Black is up a pawn. Okay, Black was up a pawn, but here comes Magnus turning this game around a little bit with Black's king under fire, despite how dominant Arjun has been on the king side throughout.
I'm quite confused at the moment, but I think there could be tactics at some moment. Queen E3, is there bishop takes G2 in some positions? I think that was in the air in some lines, but not right away with the F5 pawn being so loose. So the point is that there are going to be tactics from both sides. I don't really see why Black is so much better here. I don't think either player thinks that Black has a 2-point advantage here.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see how the computer evaluates it. We should highlight a blunder option. If the queen moves, okay, he moved to D2. If the queen moves to E2, just quickly show the threat here and why this is so tough. If the queen goes anywhere not protecting the rook, here comes rook takes H4, and the game is over. And so this is why Magnus played queen F2 and is going to have to keep an eye on it. And it's weird for us as humans, but maybe it's why the engine just loves Black. Because here comes C5, Robert. Maybe Arjun just plays D4, and White has a hard time finding moves here the more we look at it.
Just watch out for this one move over here. Knight G6 is now in the... Oh, he plays D4 anyway. So Knight G6, there's D takes C3, and White's queen is under fire.
Dude, what if he takes C3, trades queens on D4, and ends up winning with 2 passed pawns, despite giving up the rook on H8?
That's exactly what Arjun is aiming for. So that's a really good shout. That the rook on H8, I mean, you can't even get away with trying to take that rook, because Knight G6, DC3 is just over. I mean, we could show it on the board. We don't really even need to, as Arjun, he's down under a minute. He has plenty of time to work it out. Magnus tries to close things up as best as possible. But Danny, D3, that seems like a good move to open up this queen to either A1 or D4.
Yeah, and note that Knight G6 doesn't work. Well, Queen A1, Rook F1, there's Rook H1 check, so that would probably be good enough. But you're right, maybe Queen D4 is an even better check than just Queen A1. I don't know.
It's a position where it just feels like, what does White aim for? Trades shouldn't help that much. The only way a trade is good is if this knight gets back to F4 and the white king gets to E3 and you can corral this D3 pawn, but that feels like a pipe dream. The one good note, look at the clock, Danny, under 30 seconds for Arjun.
Yep. That's the one good note for Magnus, as you're highlighting. Again, here comes Queen A1, though, because if Rook F1, Rook H1, does that... Okay, he didn't want that. Why? I wonder why he didn't want to get those pieces off. Now the white knight is going to come to F4.
And maybe he just thought his rook is more active than the white rook, and there is definitely an argument for that, as the white rook is simply pinned to the king, and knight F4 is just a single check. The black king steps back.
I know there were forks on F4, but I was looking at the end of those lines after Queen F1. There's like taking on G2, and then the D2 pawn just like gets a new queen. It doesn't, but okay, I understand it didn't work. But this is very dangerous. Magnus now under a minute. We'll see. This is where Magnus goes into how do I create problems for my opponent mode so that time pressure becomes an issue.
That's one way of
the kind of
doing
move that does it.
I think the black king can safely run away, but there will be at least one more check on H7. And if the king goes to C6, there might be a knight check. But I think the black rook in many of these positions can give itself up for a knight that's checking it. And perhaps even the king can just keep running if the sacrifice wasn't up your alley.
Yeah. Magnus trying to give checks, trying to create problems. Arjun now down to 5 seconds.
Looks like Arjun just covered everything. I would move this bishop at the... Oh, he doesn't do that. His rook needs to get active. And still good for black. But, Danny, those 5 seconds remaining. Mistakes happen when you don't have time.
Yep. And nerves are a thing that human beings experience. We are not computers. And so now Arjun is playing with increment only, really. Gets 1 second back with every move. Remember that.
The white king is safe. The white rook is free. It was in a pin before. And now this white queen is threatening to give a bunch of checks.
Down to 2.1 seconds. Made that move with 1.1. Magnus now also under 20 seconds, though. Here he goes, trying to open up lines.
That was a really smart move, A3, because it's a hard move to anticipate. Here we go. Suddenly it's even, but let's be honest, Danny. This is not just an even game. Both kings are in some harm's way, but I think the black king is in worse shape.
Agreed. And Magnus is getting aggressive. He's turning things around with just seconds on the clock. Oh my God.
It's hard to even suggest a move here. I think that Arjun's figured it out. This knight is hanging.
Okay, he's allowing the H-file to stay open. I was wondering if he would do this. Now Magnus could be back to losing if that rook swings over. That white king's in trouble.
He brings his rook over just in time. Oh, do not take this. The queen was hanging. I was wondering what kind of blunder that was, but it was not.
Magnus repeating moves. Now Arjun wants to draw. Magnus says no, and Arjun down to just literal increment on the clock.
We got a bullet scramble. 2 seconds from Magnus. He gets the move off. He's going to repeat again. He's got to bring his rook over. This D pawn is dangerous, Danny. I understand white's up 2 pawns, but it's about the quality, not the quantity.
Yep. The D pawn is dangerous. Arjun still wants to push it. Magnus trying to get the ladies off the board would make his life easy.
And that's why he wants to keep more pieces on the board. Queen F2 trades and then D2 at the end. So you couldn't even play Queen F2. Oh gosh, this is scary for both these players.
Yeah. I wondered if Magnus was just going to take the draw there. Oh, Queen E3 check. Does he want that?
Oh my gosh, Magnus lost on time!
God.
Look at
Magnus
him!
lost on time.
He's fuming.
Wow.
He cannot believe it.
Oh my gosh. Magnus, in a very, very rare moment, loses on time. He pushed for the win after coming all the way back and fighting for his life all game, and maybe he pushed a little too hard. Because with that loss, we are, we're in a tied match, and I'm, well, we're gonna head to a break here. But before we do, let me remind everybody that if you don't want to miss a moment of the action, now's your chance to subscribe. Throw us your Prime. We play content at the break that you are not seeing. Did you know that? Now you do, and now you're even more mad at Chess.com. But it's a good reason to subscribe so that you don't miss a single moment of the action. Sometimes it's exclusive content like Confessional Boosts at Norway. Sometimes it's videos we premiere, but we do appreciate your support. Jokes aside, please do subscribe. There's also a really cool thing where if you connect your account at Chess.com, you can have an ad-free experience on Chess.com for being a subscriber on Twitch. All right, Robert and I are going to take a moment and maybe subscribe to some snacks and some water so that we can keep our energy up, because it is going to be a doozy. The 2024 Speed Chess Championship rolls on when we continue. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Arjun Erigaisi, and we will be back in just a few.
Want chess on the go? Check out these essential chess apps. Turn your phone into a chess clock. Improve your game. Find a new challenge. A safe place for kids. Fun and adventure. And of course, play. Learn more at chess.com/apps. Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of Chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on Chess.com.
Richardson. Still an opportunity with a minute to play.
This is the 1 hour chess lesson you could take to make sure that you have all the starting tips, strategies, and basic understanding to really be ready. By owning the D file, White can do anything that he or she wants. If you don't understand what to do here, you might move the queen to safety on c6 and immediately lose the first lady to bishop to b5. King on the 6th, pawn on the 5th is a winning king and pawn ending where no matter what black does, we are going to be able to bring a new queen to the board. You can also skip the parts that maybe you already know how to move the pieces or the language and jump in at a level that's appropriate to you. Welcome back. The 2024 Speed Chess Championship continues here as that man, Arjun Erigaisi, gets his first win of the match against Magnus Carlsen, who's getting his first bite of something over there. I don't know what's going on. That just happened in real time. Shout out to yogurt, acai, whatever's going on in that very full-mouth Magnus Carlsen.
Oh, it's hard to do anything but laugh. But the score, it's even right now. Arjun Erigaisi proving that he can hang with Magnus in the time scrambles. Magnus Carlsen uncharacteristically lost on time, and whatever he's eating, he hopes that it'll help him rebound, recover. And Danny, I just want to note that Magnus changed his shirt. I'm not sure if that was a superstitious thing or he just felt a little sweaty, but either way, he has changed his attire.
You wanted to go with Team Black. Unfortunately, you've been left behind, Robert. We had me and Arjun were matching shirts, and Magnus had a green shirt on, but he went back to the closet. So, all right, I think the biggest point of all was that Arjun proved he can stay with Magnus in the time scrambles, right? Because that was one of those back and forth affairs. If you missed it, Arjun was I don't want to say dominant, but he was in control of that game. He lost control. It went wild, and it could have been anyone's day, and ultimately Arjun took it. I think that's a really good sign for him for the rest of the match today.
Yeah, you just never want to feel like your opponent is invincible, that everything is going their way, that is, nothing you're doing is making a dent. So for Arjun Erigaisi, who's playing a very good match, it's 1F, only 3 games in, I think he can feel some confidence in how this match is going. And as we look at how this position is going, well, typical slight edge for the white side. Black may decide to go for c5. I would just be very careful about doing so. Rooks usually win showdowns with queens, so I probably would be hesitant to play c5 just yet.
Yep. Well, right as you said it, and I said, yep, to agree with you. Magnus says, what do you guys know? Here goes c5. We're playing for the hanging pawn structure. As you highlighted, though, white can play dc, and there is pressure on the d file from the rook to the queen. Does that lead to tactics with e4? Is there anything else? Sometimes white will play a sneaky bishop f5 in some of these positions where you open the rook and you start to create other tactical problems. So Arjun going to take a think, but Magnus goes right in for the complications.
It's a point of no return because in some positions, black plays c4 and b5 and expands on the queen side. I keep asking our audience to not just look at the exact material, but look at where pawns are because it's even material, yes. And this move b4 is excellent. Very instructive move, trying to take control over the d4 square. I love that decision from Arjun and the response from Magnus. But what I'm trying to get at is in this position, you see that black has a d pawn and now white has an e pawn. So not all pawns are in the same files. And Danny, as I look at this position, black is getting really active. Your bishop f5 move, it needs to be considered, but is there like a sacrifice in some of these positions where you give up the rook for the knight? I'm not quite sure because black has some loose pieces of his own, but something that Arjun and Magnus, they need to calculate.
100%. We've got the isolated queen pawn dynamic there. The d5 pawn is the target, but as you pointed out, black, what do you normally want when you have an IQP? You want activity and open lines and open squares. Magnus does have that. I'm also spying that bishop f5 move, but it doesn't get played. Arjun plays rook c1. Will tactics on the c file be immediate? By the way, the a3 pawn. Keep an eye on it now.
Good point. The knight taking on d3, for example, opens up the queen to a3. I don't know if Arjun cares about that pawn so much. He may try to get active in the center, but I certainly would care about it. And let's dive in because Magnus, you can see it on his face. He's like, this food, it tastes pretty good, but also will that a3 pawn be a healthy snack as well? Knight takes d3. If he does play that, you would think that the queen would take back, but queen takes a3. I'm looking at discoveries, but I'm also looking at a rook that is loose on c1, so this would not work out for white.
Yeah, I was because of the intermezzo, the in-between check on f6, it could work out for white, but it won't because of c1 hanging. I don't know that Arjun missed that. Well, if we look at the live game, we know that Magnus didn't go for this, but maybe he should have. In the live game, we've got other tactics with the queen spying the diagonal on the king side and knight g4. This is like a Catalan tactical idea for white at times. So this is a funny one.
Oops, sorry, I couldn't draw the arrows.
Hey, it's okay.
Well, this doesn't look okay for white.
I sometimes color outside the lines too. Sometimes I've been working on that, coloring books recently.
I'm a terrible artist, so I wasn't able to get the arrow heading towards the g2 pawn. But Denny, in all seriousness, looking in this position, doesn't it look like there's huge danger for white? I understand h7 is hanging with check, but that's actually a pawn that you often don't want to take because your bishop is on a vulnerable square when this queen eventually goes to the h6, or if you're blundering it, the h2 square.
We highlighted it in an earlier game where I said, ignore that evil eval bar, making you think this position is somehow 50-50. This is a blunderable spot for white. When we called it in the other game, the next move, the eval bar switch, this is one of those spots where if Arjun doesn't find the right move, that eval bar is going to go crazy and black's attack. And here we go. The light squares are dangerous. The queen is sliding over, as Robert said. A much harder position for white to play.
But Magnus doesn't look entirely pleased. I couldn't imagine having a better bishop in a game. I'm putting it in yellow as a sign of caution that this bishop is on a very open diagonal towards the white king. And queen h6 just threatens a checkmating attack. And h4, I understand, is a possibility. And white is in the danger zone, but perhaps it's not the worst thing. And I actually love what Magnus just did, by the way. I was not even looking in that direction. He decides to steal this a3 pawn, Danny, something we talked about before, and he keeps all of the big pluses in the position.
Yeah, that was probably a really smart heads-up play rather than beating your head up against the, proverbial wall on the king side. It's a full chessboard. Let me go grab my material back and remind white that you've now created permanently weak light squares. We'll go to work later.
I would point to my wrist, but I'm not wearing a watch. What I am telling you is to look at the time. Arjun Erigaisi, he is down well over a minute, nearing a minute and a half on the clock against Magnus. The black king is way safer. This bishop on b7 is probably the best piece on the board. Maybe not the most valuable in terms of points, but if you look at how that's operating compared to one of these white knights, it's clearly this bishop that's strong. And don't be surprised if later there's some kind of sacrifice on d4 to get a pony into f3.
I like it and agreed. The time wasn't a storyline in the first game, but it's become one increasingly so with every game. Magnus has been a little bit up on the clock, and this one is more than double what Arjun has. So we'll see if that trend continues. Not a good sign for Erigaisi.
Not at all. And this queen is already in some danger. It's under attack and needs to keep defending this knight. And he walks into a pin. Danny, I was not looking at that move, but he probably didn't want to stay on the d2 square as later knight f3, for example, rook d8, trying to sacrifice for that knight. That would have hurt. So how does black win this game? Get this queen.
Yeah.
I know I batted drawing arrows, but this one's on purpose. Get the queen to g2.
I love it. Get the queen to g2. I love it when you draw an illegal move arrow. It's actually really important to keep your goals in mind, everyone. And h5 is a good move. Threatens to pry open more squares potentially. The alpha 0 h-pawn wants to join the party. When in doubt, just push your h-pawn.
It does give the king some breathing room. There will be no back rank checkmates unless the queen is able to stay covering the h7 square, which is incredibly unlikely. So Luft for the king, an attacking piece. And if king f1 is the response, Danny, this is not a position Arjun Erigaisi is having fun in.
King f1 is a move that you kind of reveal your hand when you play king f1 that you are not happy with your kingside position. And you just revealed that there's something going on outside your window there, or I don't know what it is, but hope everyone's okay.
It's call an ambulance, but not for me. And here,
Yeah.
the a-pawn pushes to open up a new diagonal. And credit to Arjun, he's really fighting, and that's why he brought his king to f1. He wants to trade queens, and there's no knight f3 check in some of these positions. So his queen trade is on tap, but that's why the bishop slides away. The black queen can survive. It can run back, and the attack will just rage on.
Yeah, unless there's some sort of concrete win of material by trading queens and playing a like knight d3 move and the rook and knight are over. I don't know. Other than a tactic there, I think black will. Okay, we're gonna say I did the lazy thing. Looking at the eval bar, I was thinking there's probably a tactic here, and Magnus goes for this. But what is it?
Such a good question. A4 is tempting because this knight is pinned. That's one idea. But I would love to double my rooks. Is there anything stopping just the simple doubling of the rooks? That's the big question. A5 is hanging. I don't really care about that A5 pawn if I can get both of my rooks in the game. So perhaps it is that simple sometimes. Chess is a game of just improving your pieces.
So funny. A subtle rook c7 might just be lights out here. Again, as you pointed out, that A pawn is just not... It doesn't matter if black is winning the knight. That's the point. And, oh, Magnus plays a different check, which also makes his knight on d3 loose. So interesting move. What's the follow-up?
Is he going to repeat once and then bring that rook up to c7? Is this even a threat? That's a big question because bishop a6 would be the response. So you have to try to calculate, is there actually a threat if white had the turn?
Yeah, it's funny. You almost could have played rook c7 there. Magnus repeated twice in the last game a couple of times and ultimately lost in a time scramble. If you missed it, that's how Arjun leveled the score. I don't think Magnus wants to draw a hero either. He's going to play for the win, and he does find rook c7.
Yes, I'm going to give that move an exclamation point, and not just because I suggested it, but it's because he didn't repeat the third time to make a draw. He is giving up the a5 pawn for more important pieces, and that's the problem. Look at this. White is just barely holding on. Jenny, all those pieces are tied together in awkward ways.
Just stuck. It's funny. I still don't see the knockout. Magnus's job to find it, right? We get to commentate. He's got to do the work there, but the rook moves. If you take the knight on e2, the knight takes. Okay, so you're just going to go for 2 pieces for a rook. I guess that's good enough. You do have a passed a pawn as well.
The only way this would be okay for white, and even then probably not, is if you could get this a5 pawn. But it doesn't look like that's happening. And even still, the white king would be in some danger. So bishop c4, that looks like a very good way to protect your f7 pawn. Also, if the rook moves, you can get a check-in. Danny, this is just all Magnus at this stage.
Yeah. Should be a straightforward game from here, other than a blunder. The 2 pieces are already better than the rook. Note the pawn can't be taken, I think, as bishop b3. Okay, well, yes, we're seeing it on the board. Oh, he misses the check at the end, and Arjun doesn't resign, but goes down a piece at the end of that massive combo.
If I'm Arjun and I'm looking at the overall match clock, it's very early to think this way, but I would assume that the longest time controls should favor Magnus as the strongest player in chess history, highest rated player ever. So there could be an argument just playing these positions out. And I also want to say that he is a knight for a pawn. If you can protect your weak point, f2, this game could continue for quite a while. It's actually not that easy to win in some end games with this balance.
I love your point about the meta match strategy here. Remember, it is a marathon, not a sprint in the SCC. And you have to be thinking about every time control where you have your biggest advantages, your biggest weaknesses, And Arjun playing that out makes a lot of sense, Robert. Really good point. I think that he probably prefers his chances in the bullet better than if he's like, look, if I'm within a couple games in bullet, maybe I have a chance. That would be kind of the match strategy you drew up at home.
Yeah, and we saw Magnus get it done, and now he's off camera, probably eating. Yeah, there he is.
There he is. It's a big spoonful of something. Speaking of something, apparently chat has suggested Robert Hess should also switch to a black shirt to match the team. Knowing what I know about Robert Hess, I don't think he's going to do that.
You mean because I care so much about the random asides that the chat wants to?
Hey, I already said it for you. I know Robert's not going to change. First of all, you look great in green. I've told you that. It's great for your skin complexion. Brings out your eyes. And plus that sweater looks super comfy on you.
Well, it also matches the chessboard and has many green squares. And what is happening in this game? Suddenly, black wins a pawn. I mean, white sacrificed it. The rook was under attack. D4 is loose, but B7 is also hanging. There could be some checks on A4 if black's not careful. Danny, this looks like some form of theory, and it looks like Magnus may be a little bit more familiar with it than Arjun.
Well, it's a great call out too, because it's the first time Magnus has played into something with some theory. If you're just tuning in, everyone, we had 2 E4s from Magnus, both of them exchange variations of the Petrov, where Magnus was playing anything but theory, right? He was trying to get Arjun an interesting kind of technical off the beaten road pass, right, Robert? So a bit of a changing of the guard. Magnus goes for something he's clearly prepared better than Arjun. He's up almost a minute on the clock.
And this D4 pawn is hanging. Look at this. Black is actually up 3 pawns at the moment. White has 5. Black has all 8. And the engine is sky high saying that was a blunder. And Danny, I think it's because, well, black is just scattered on this board, not castled. What do you think? I mean, take on B7 would be tempting, but is there something better than that with this knight walking to a pin?
I'm looking. I go back to, is it a subtle move similar to last game? Is there a weird bishop F4 and then rook D1? B5 is coming for black, though. Oh, it is. It is just a subtle move. Yeah.
Yeah. Subtle, Danny. Usually not so subtle, honestly. But here you find bishop F4.
Not usually anything but subtle.
But this is the move. It protects the knight. And I think we kind of have to dive in unless Arjun does us a favor and plays it so we can see what the consequences of B5 are. That looks like the move, trying to unpin yourself, trying to attack the white queen. But there also is a loose rook on A8 in several different ways. So I guess this is the line we're going down. This is wild stuff. But look at Arjun's time expenditure, Danny. It's clear he is just trying to figure this out on the fly.
Well, and it shows Magnus, again, still in preparation, most likely, as he tries to shovel and finish off his late lunch here. But let's analyze it if we can. I mean, this is a super complicated position, and the first time that Magnus has shown some prep. Okay, Arjun played queen c5, but we got to show what would have happened on b5 there. Yeah.
It just looks really, really nasty because you're hitting the queen. But I guess that here at this moment, it's not even taking on b5 with the rook. Probably just sliding your queen back. That rook is loose. If it moves to a7 or b8, knight c6 is a fork. Good day to you. And if you try to take this knight on e5, I'm guessing you can just take this rook on the corner and the problems continue. Rook d1 is coming. Oh, that wasn't it. Still good for white. But there's just too many loose pieces in black's position.
Yeah, even rook d1 first was probably just as good. That's why. But this is great. I mean... yeah, then the bishop is hanging. So, okay, fascinating stuff. Magnus goes away from avoiding theory into theory he knows better than his opponent, which is rare when talking about Arjun Erigaisi. And he has a big advantage here as white.
Look at that. He takes on b7. Arjun can't take back, otherwise he loses this knight and his king is mated immediately. So he goes bishop takes knight. And instead of capturing the rook or that bishop on e5, little bishop e3. Let's hit this queen. The rook is falling next. I mean, Danny, this is showcasing some world championship level preparation. And we know he's not world champion anymore, but when you prepare for those kind of matches and all the biggest events, you keep things up your sleeve to use for a later day.
Just a little game of tickle. The queen's running into trouble here. The rook will fall next. Speaking of next, remember, tomorrow we got Hikaru Nakamura versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. That's going to be wild. We're focused on the chess right now, as we should be with Robert Hess. But yeah, I mean, sorry, Robert. I just saw that graphic, and I had to shout out that I am excited for that one as well.
I mean, how could you not be? It's the number 2 classically rated player in the world, and Hikaru Nakamura taking on number 5 at the moment in Jan Nepomniachtchi. So today and tomorrow, 2 top 5 matchups. I personally am really stoked for that. I think just like this contest, it can go in either direction. Hikaru, of course, the favorite, as he is in matches when he's not playing Magnus. But Jan Nepomniachtchi is, of course, a 2-time candidates winner and somebody who could beat Hikaru Nakamura tomorrow. Don't be surprised if that does happen. And, well, C3 happened here. Danny, up in exchange is white. However, do you see some counterplay thanks to this pawn on C3, or do you trust Magnus to just end it before
I think we have to
begins?
Magnus at this point. He's also have 2 minutes on the clock, and the C pawn might look pretty there, but it's also all alone. And at some point, it probably runs into either a rook or a queen. And with it, Magnus is just up a clear exchange, an exchange with the compensation. Even rook to C1, just simple, looks good to me. Yep, Magnus plays it. The C pawn will fall, and with it, Arjun likely going down 2 games in this match. And I like that he's taking his time. You called it out at the end of the last one, and you also said maybe it's too early to be thinking like that, because the psychological repercussions of doing that, Robert, as we've talked about for years, is you also then have this like emotional feeling where you're just playing bad positions and your opponent is just beating you over the head, right? So the trade-off is like, think about the match strategy. I want to take time off the clock, but no one likes getting abused on the chessboard. So at some point you're like, you got to throw it in.
Yeah, I mean, Arjun, he's trying to set up some kind of bishop a6 at the right moment, hitting the e2 pawn and the bishop on a8, which is down in the corner if you took the rook. But yeah, it's one of these things where it's deeply unpleasant to continue on in a hopelessly lost position, which I'm sure Arjun sees this game as. Look at the time. He has none of it. Look at the material. He's down. I mean, everything is going in Magnus's direction. So I would say from a match perspective, Arjun needs to do whatever allows him to clear his brain from these last couple games, but also what he feels like is best overall. And if that's going into the bullet, with maybe a 2-game deficit at most, he wants to get to the bullet sooner rather than later.
Yeah. And again, there's 18 minutes now, about 19 minutes total in the 5-minute portion. As you can see, that clock ticking down above Arjun Erigaisi's head. If somehow you are new to the Speed Chess Championship, the greatest show in the world of chess, that's how the format works. 75 minutes of 5-minute, then we move to 3-minute and ultimately bullet. Yeah, this is just an over. Sorry, I'm providing stakes and context of what we're doing here, Robert, because Magnus is dominating this one. I mean, you can take C7 here if you want. I'm not sure there's really an attack, and he does. I keep saying it casually, and he just keeps taking pieces.
Yeah, the one idea I see is pawn to f3, and he plays it if pawn takes. This rook is loose over here on f1, but this is the right recapture. Magnus is trading as many pieces as possible, because now it's not just the extra rook for a knight that white has. He's also up 2 pawns, so you may get this rook back. Good for you. And I have to say, good for Arjun for finding funny moves like bishop d3. If pawn takes, this bishop drops, and okay, he wants an attack. There's no checkmate. It's not going to happen. But credit to Arjun for keeping the fight alive.
Yeah, that is a weird AF move. Weird as Fabi. How's Fabi doing after that loss? I saw he joined the interview. That was great.
Yeah, he was a really good sport. He actually was just messaging me and then goes, "Oh, I see that you're live." This was a while ago. So, hi, Fabi. I know you're watching. You always are. And here we see queen at b7, and this queen is watching the f3 square.
Whoa, that is a move and a half. He wants everything. He's a madman, as Magnus Carlsen called him. Arjun Erigaisi knows one speed. Checkmate.
This is cool. Like, it is posing problems. If it was Magnus under 10 seconds, we would say Magnus could misstep and lose this game. But Magnus has 2 minutes. He's done very well on the clock. But I just like the dynamism that we're seeing from Arjun. Yep. He is giving himself a chance even in positions that may seem hopeless.
Oh, Magnus finds a way to get the ladies off with tempo, and that's going to do it. I almost wanted to see him sack the queen there, by the way, and just convert with the 2 rooks, with the queen e4 and then fe5. Unnecessary. Magnus finds a way to convert more simply, and he grabs a 2-game lead here today.
First time in the match we've seen somebody extend the lead to 2 games, and for Arjun Erigaisi, you got to keep showing your stuff. I mean, he's playing good chess overall. When you're playing against Magnus Carlsen, it's going to be an uphill battle. Of course, that's the case. But I think that Arjun, he can take pride in some of the moves that he's finding and some of the games that he's playing. But ultimately, it seems like he hasn't been able to string it all together in the way we know he's capable of.
And Magnus continuing to play, what do we want to call it? It's not obscure or dubious, but he's specifically choosing variations that are less theoretically popular, I guess, in this kind of early A6 Slav here. I'm not even reading the Chess.com ECO. It has weird names that I don't even know. I mean, there's like, sometimes there's just names where you go, was that a real person or is someone trolling right now? You know?
Yeah, you just get like also sometimes hyphens. You're like, was this two different people? Yeah. Was it the town they played in? But either way, this is a Magnus Carlsen staple of putting the pawns on A6 and H6, delaying some of his development. But as we see, he has connected his rooks. All of his minor pieces are out. The queen sits in a nice spot on D6. It's just covering some squares, and white does have a little bit more space. This rook on C1 is better than any of black's rooks. But black is doing a nice job. Knight on E4. Maybe we'll see F5. Maybe even F4. And black could think about getting quite aggressive on the king side.
Agreed, Town. Population us. It's been a minute since our population brought us together. It's so much fun. Knight to C5. Knight to C5 is played. Arjun needs a clean win, honestly, in this match, Robert. Even the game that he got was a bit of it was a great one. And some wins like that are even better when you win in a scramble that could have gone either way. But if you're an Iragaisi fan here, you want to see a clean game here for him as white.
You definitely do. I mean, the knight on C5 now, it's looking quite nice. He wants to capture back with a pawn and gain more ground, free up the D4 square. Sometimes that's actually a very instructive thing that newer players, especially, they don't know when to initiate trades. But here, this knight on F3, it's kind of done all it can do. A knight on D4, that's a more active square for it and will actually help in this Carlsbad structure of pushing pawns up on the queen side. So Magnus says, status quo, that'll do for me. I'm not taking. But Danny, we're getting some of the thematic ideas of the Carlsbad.
Just going to say, you highlighted that we could see the Carlsbad structure in the other variation, but B4 was played by Iragaisi. Is exactly what you want to do here. Here comes A4 and then B5. Robert's highlighting. This is the 2-on-3 minority attack. If you don't know your pawn structure attacks in the Carlsbad, white wants to open lines and create weaknesses. But Magnus creating threats on the king side directly. Queen F6, maybe bishop takes H3. We got things on the brain over here.
Yeah, Carlsbad, Carlsen good. He knows the ins and outs of these structures. He loves playing them from both colors, but I think especially from black. And here we see bishop takes H3. That's on tap. So good call by you. That's something that Arjun will have to be very careful so that he doesn't allow that.
And we highlighted what white's doing, A4, B5 in these structures if you can, but black, while it's not a huge pawn chain, that knight on E4 is kind of the head of the pawn chain, right? And now we get these structures where when the trade happens, black wants to use the E-file, the queen and the bishop. This dynamic is black on the king side, white on the queen side with a little bit of a positional edge. We'll see if Magnus can create an attack or if Arjun can kind of get the positional offensive stuff going over there on the queen side.
You know, in that first game in that Petrov, we had symmetry, and it feels like in most of these positions we've actually been avoiding. Did you see? Wait a second.
Yeah, I grabbed my head because I thought knight takes D7. Evelbar was like, "You're nothing, dude. Like, it's not a big deal." I'm like, "Okay, thanks for humiliating me." But was knight takes D7? What was going on with that?
That's something you
bishop takes C2. White wins a piece.
Right.
Knight takes F6. So.
Just to show.
The idea, I guess, is Magnus was just going to move his queen, and you're threatening F3. That's the idea.
Yeah, you're threatening all this stuff at once, and you get your piece back, and the bishop on E4 is a monster. So, yeah, that was weird. At first, I was like, wait a second, that knight on D7 was loose there, but because we didn't see a reaction from the evaluation bar, we know that Magnus had this worked out. It wasn't a blunder. And now as the game continues, it's all about that Carlsbad structure that's being whittled down. And I like to say this, a pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. So capturing on C6, it shortens the pawn chain, brings it within white's sights. That rook on C1 stares at the C6 square. So white at least can look at that favorably. But on the flip side, this knight may jump forward to a square like C4 and use that as an outpost.
Yeah. Well described. I love when you talk pawn structure. I feel like it's like pillow talk for me. I could just lay down and let you tell me a little bedtime story about pawn structure. That was educational. And I love how you just quickly said, I mean, seriously, that like bringing the pawn closer is a strategy when you're assaulting the enemy pawn structure. It's harder to get to a base pawn that's protected on the 7th rank. The further you can bring your pawns out, you're isolating them, you're making them vulnerable. And so that's why this positional strategy works. And I appreciated that quick knowledge drop.
Hey, I'm with you. And I think, just to kind of further the point. If this were a bishop on d7 rather than a knight, black would be in some huge strategic trouble because the knight would jump into e5, then white would take over the c5 square. So it's really important that black has a knight to take control of these very essential squares, e5 and c5. And so I think that Magnus, who it looks like he did make a move. Sorry, I should refresh that one. Rook. Oh, so several moves. Just and I didn't catch up. Let me.
It's all right. We were learning. It's okay. We were learning together. So what happened here? Yeah.
He pushed with c5. So he says, okay, no weakness on c6. Instead, he's going to accept the isolated pawn. And as we see, we're in this position now. Sorry, I guess the game wasn't, the moves weren't catching up to the live position. But what do you make of this, Danny, where black does seem solid, but has probably the worst pawn on the board on the d5 square?
It's funny because when it comes to the isolated queen pawn dynamics, like the knight endgame is going to be okay for black. It's hard to gang up on it. The major piece ending, you could double up on the pawn, but will that be enough to convert? I think that Arjun likes the spot with the knight on d4, and it, it looks pretty, but how do you increase your pressure against the d pawn? And I think Magnus is using it well. Moves like rook to c4. You also have the e4 square for the knight to just keep in mind. So long-winded way of saying, I think there's not enough material right here for white to really say you're going to get an advantage against the d-pawn, but maybe Arjun will prove me wrong.
Yeah, it's a long-term weakness, but if black can keep that activity, and knight e4 is a good way of doing just that, then it's going to be hard to get after that pawn. And if you think about it, how would you even do that? You have to move your knight away from this great d4 square, which would leave the b5 pawn. In attackable territory. So I do look at this position. I think that it's quite dynamic, actually. Sometimes we just chalk these positions up to easy to play, draw, things like that. I actually don't think it's that simple. And by the way, knight f5 there could have been a threat for a checkmate in one.
So Magnus pins the knight instead and puts pressure on f2. I like what you said. This position is harder to play than it first meets the eye, and even though there's not a lot of pieces on the board for black, they always say you want to use the space, use the squares you have available when you have an IQP. Magnus is doing that well. His knight and rook are very active here, and it almost makes it impossible for white to unwind and focus on the d-pawn, right? Because you're dealing with the pesky activity of the knight and rook.
And by playing f3, you've booted that knight out of e4, where, as you said, is a pesky piece. But now the peshki on e3 is vulnerable. Yep. So you see that there are downsides to every single pawn move that's made in a chess game. And the d5 pawn now, it's targeted, but rook c5 defends and attacks this b5 pawn. I would say both players have chances in this position. It's not just dead equal, where you won't just see them make a quick draw, because look at Arjun's clock. He is down a minute, and he does have some things that he needs to figure out.
This could turn around Magnus Carlsen style. You highlighted it. F3 weakens the E3 pawn. What did it also do? It opens up the second rank, and you still have queens on the board. You still have an idea like queen to G5 on the brain. If I'm looking at it for black, right? It hits E3, it hits G2, and just like that, Arjun says, I'm gonna start defending maybe some of these things for my king.
Well, you see that both kings have moved up the board. H2 and G7 are their respective squares. Ooh, I mean, that's a tough move to make because it really weakens your king.
Arjun is aggressive. He's still playing aggressive despite how close to level this position is, but it might backfire. Every move that is made right now on the king side is making Arjun's king less safe.
I'm wondering if there's a sack here. It doesn't quite work out, but because the white king doesn't have too many defenders, a move like knight takes f4, it almost works, but white does have the first rank under control, which is what prevents Magnus from snapping up that pawn on f4. So, Danny, we're looking at this. I'm looking at the clock, under 30 seconds for Arjun, a minute 30 for Magnus. I mean, Arjun does have pressure against d5, so would you rather have the black pieces here on the board, not taking the clock into account?
Well, and you were pointing out what you were looking at on the board. I'm looking at the trend off the board as well. Again, Magnus up on time consistently as they get in these spots. Again, I like black's chances here. I think Magnus is taking a time to think because he senses, okay, like maybe Arjun has pushed a little too far here. He backs up to defend d5. Will g5 come on the board at some point? You attack f4. You try to undermine the knight on e5 now. d4 is a move to keep in mind because if the e3 pawn moves, queen takes f4 with check. But knight e5 threatens an immediate fork on d7. So that's a forking problem. Watch out for that.
So easy to overlook, by the way. And you don't typically get forked on the d7 square, but here that is what's in the air. If this rook moves, the d5 pawn is loose. The queen can move, but you typically don't want to see your queen leave the diagonal when there's a king on g7. So rook c3 is the choice. Still remains level. Danny, under 20 seconds for Arjun. I think this is just going to be about, can he maintain the speed?
Well, that knight takes f4 threat was on the board if white took d5, now that the knight was on e5. Oh, and it's played now, but it's a blunder. What in the world?
Knight takes here, and knight takes d5 is tempting. You see the double... queen f3.
Oh, I think Magnus missed that. Yeah, and you see his reaction. Just a blunder. And Magnus has too many problems. The queen, the knight, they're all attacked.
And you see that? He kind of chilled out for a second, and now he pays the price. The loose piece on c3, the rook drops off. So he's actually trying to do what Arjun was going for the last game and try to hold on down but Arjun's ruthless. Knight takes d5. There's no holding on here.
Yeah, there's no holding on here. Magnus playing it out almost feels like sometimes you do it after a blunder. You just play a few moves to kind of let yourself recover. I don't think Magnus expects anything but a conversion for Arjun. And okay, if he does that, Robert, maybe it's not the cleanest one I was calling for, but it is a victory for Arjun if he gets the job done here, and it was a sorely needed one.
Yeah, he's doing it. He's doing everything you could ask for at the moment. The knight is now protected. This rook is a bit stuck. 2 seconds for Arjun. He's gonna move.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh, queen g3.
There.
Yeah, because his king is in danger. 1 second.
Oh my god!
And he found queen e5, a rook e4, a great response from Magnus. Now he's going for the king.
Dude, he has no time. He made that with 0.3 seconds.
This is unreal. Rook takes g2 might win on the clock. Like, you might just take a chance here if you're Magnus.
Take g2 with queen e4 check and just try to catch him into pre-move. No, he plays queen f1.
But he's made it.
Oh my gosh, he gets mated.
Arjun Erigaisi lives on the edge, on the waning milliseconds, and gets the job done. Danny, look at Arjun's face. It looks like he hasn't been through anything at all. Yet internally, you must be shaking.
And he kept his nerves. He kept his poise. Literally, his pose didn't change at all from one victory to another. He just stole a victory from Magnus Carlsen, who kind of beat himself in that game with that blunder with knight takes f4. But he gets the job done, and we have a one-game match here. Oh my god, that was nerve-wracking. By the way, I think you're right. I think Magnus should have sacked on g2 and tried to flag him. That would have been a dirty trick.
Yeah, and in the SCC, you hold nothing back. And Arjun Erigaisi, I mean, he has been held back in a way by some of his time usage. But in that game, when he was down to his final seconds, he found the tactics when Magnus didn't. So we are back to our Petrov. I don't think that the fans at home are thrilled to see some of these variations. But in these kind of lines, we saw Richard Rapport against Jan Nepomniachtchi, where things can get very spicy and dicey, and either side can go wrong.
Yeah, we also see a turning of the tables in regards to time management. So Magnus goes away from a couple games with d4 back to the Petrov, as you said, but also no time advantage on the clock here. We'll see if Arjun actually gets himself in an opening and a middle game that he knows better than Magnus. That hasn't happened very often yet today.
And is part of it because Magnus keeps eating? Like, he's off screen right now. I think he is very hungry. I mean, he must be quite into the evening for him. Maybe it's dinner time. But either way, Magnus is snacking.
Snacking. You got to do it. You got to snack when you're hungry. We usually end these matches as, we're always famished. We start talking about food by the end. I'll try to stop. I'll try to not do that yet. All right, we get a bunch of exchanges on the board. A positional advantage for black in terms of the c3 pawn being a target, but the d5 pawn also a target long-term if white can figure that out.
Sorry, why did c takes d5 get an exclamation point? You just captured a pawn back. And hey, credit to you, Arjun. You're making chess even the simplest
we like to call those Chess.com participation trophies. That's it. We're just trying to make sure everyone feels good about participating.
I'm looking at it, I'm like, wait, what did I miss? We were, telling some jokes over here, and suddenly there's an exclamation point. But I guess it's such a good recapture that Magnus is frozen. He hasn't responded yet. And in this position, we talked about an isolated pawn in the previous game. This pawn is isolated. There are open files for the black rooks. I think that when we kind of hate on isolated pawns, we should appreciate the open files the rooks get. And if this bishop can move out the way and the black rook gets to c8, we are looking at a backwards pawn on c3, which really nobody likes.
You explained that way better than I did. Again, the dynamic of the c3 pawn and the d5 pawn are what both sides are thinking about. I like this awkward bishop g5, though, from Magnus, even though he's down on time. You're trying to create some weird outside chances of a kingside attack appearing quickly. Like the bishop moving from d3 and the queen and bishop creating a battery is sometimes on the agenda. Again, there aren't Greek gift sacrifices here, and surely that black knight will probably be coming to f8 at some point. But you have to keep in mind the potential for white to bring pieces in a hurry to the kingside here.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, white is ahead in development. Black has not moved this bishop, and it can't legally move because there's a knight and pawn in its path. The rook on a8 is sitting in the corner. And we look at this, there's control of the e-file. There was some back rank check and mate threats, but Arjun, as you said, knight f8, there is no mate. And queen e8 would be a funny move to play because you pin this bishop on the last rank, but don't just be tunneling towards the enemy king. Look out for your own pieces. Don't drop the c3 pawn.
Exactly. It would be funny. It is a pin, but c3 has to be guarded, which means Arjun has plenty of time to undevelop or finish development, if you will. Undevelop the bishop. He does so. The rook maybe comes to c8, and I like Arjun's chances here. I mean, too early to call it, but I really love how he played this game. A really good follow-up to the victory that he just got the game before.
Yeah, this is just pleasant for black. This knight can hop out and does to e6. The f4 square is black's for the taking. White is quite compact. I think that's a good word to use when you have these four pieces in a row like this. But the rook at a1, it's sort of stuck protecting the a5 pawn. The queen tethered to c3. I do feel like white has the more targetable weaknesses, but black does have this d5 pawn, and I will add that this h7 pawn and potential sacrifices still hang in the air. So, Danny, you mentioned that a while ago. I think it was a good thing to shout out that there could be a time, if black's not looking out for it, there could be some danger on the king side.
Indeed. By the way, speaking of things to look out for, this is the last game in the 5-minute portion. You see that clock. We have hit zeros above Arjun Erigaisi's head. That means that, well, if you're Arjun, you would love to head into the 3-1 portion tied. If you drew that up, you say, shout out, take that, smarter chess. I just tied things as we head into the 3-1 portion. But plenty of chess on the board left to be played here. Bishop d2, h6 played to avoid those tactics, maybe. No more sacrifices, Robert.
And you mentioned smarter chess. Weren't the prediction say 4.5, 2.5?
I didn't want to say it. It was 4.5, 2.5. That's why that's why I paused. You know me well enough to know I said, shout out, take that, smarter chess. And then my brain went, no, I'm not going to mention that if Magnus wins, smarter chess was 100% correct on the score.
Nobody likes when that's the case, especially Arjun. He would hate that. And look at the position he has. A knight on f4, healthy bishops staring towards the white king. It's not like there's an easy path to victory for either side. We know the position is relatively equal. There are some dynamics at play here. Bishop f5 trying to come into e4. So, Danny, I guess my question overall, and wow, knight e5.
Wow, that's an aggressive move. Cuts off the queen and bishop from protecting the knight, but it sacrifices a pawn. Is Magnus just trying to simplify things out? In the end, he takes f4 and then takes d5, and b7 falls when c3 does?
Nice. Yeah.
Throwing out.
Yeah, we see a trade. D5 drops. B7 is under attack. C3 may be loose as well. And if B7 falls, white is better because white has a bishop on a light square aiming at what would have been a loose pawn on A6. I'm going to very quickly show that and get us right back to...
Yeah.
Actually, I won't. The game is progressing. I feel like it's taking down a different path because now we still have equal material. Pawns have been traded. But, Danny, I have to say, black looking good. These are ugly pawns.
Ugly pawns. I like that you highlighted the long-term feature, though. If b7 falls, a6 goes with it. That bishop on f1 is a spy on the board, looking at things from long range, a sniper, as they call bishops sometimes these days. I like queen d5, though, getting the pieces off. Now, how's Magnus defending the pawn? I think he's just losing a5. Indeed.
Arjun's completely outplaying him. I mean, really a nice game from Arjun, and you sensed it. So shouts to you that at the start of this game, Magnus was taking his time. That sort of flipped. And the fact that Arjun won that previous game, I think it actually it bothers Magnus. We know that top players tend to be perfectionists, And the fact that Magnus just blundered, he was thinking that he was getting a tactic on Arjun, but he missed the immediate response. I think that really is irking him. And I think that, as we see here, look at this. G4 by Magnus. He wants to maybe get his bishop on that long diagonal, but Danny, he's down a pawn, and that's clear.
Down a clear pawn. I just said what you said in the reverse order. That was weird. Down a clear pawn. But, okay, the bishop pair is pesky in the open board with pawns on both sides, so they usually have good defensive chances here, but I'm liking how Arjun's playing. I know the eval bar slid a little bit back for black there, but I guess it simplifies Arjun's job, and he just wants to push the a-pawn now.
Yeah, he would love to get that pawn going. Perhaps there's an argument at some moment for giving up your bishop for the knight, because opposite colored bishop positions, they tend to have drawish tendencies. Now, this wouldn't be that easy because white's king is actually quite open. That may seem ridiculous. How are you going to go checkmate that king? But if you can try to visualize the position without these two pieces, black is both ahead an a-pawn, an outside passer, and has a very safe king compared to white's kind of exposed king side. So I think that even that trade, Danny, that typically is the way that players go forward to get that half point, that actually might not be the path forward in this one.
Yeah. Good call out, especially because you also even have targets. The h3 and the g4 pawn, in addition to the mating net potential, could end up backfiring and giving black a second weakness. Speaking of those pawns, here goes knight g5. Arjun getting down to equal on the clock, though. He's had a time advantage throughout. If this becomes a mutual time scramble, we've seen crazy things happen before. I don't think Arjun wants that.
Well, these positions are very frustrating because from the black side, you should be pressing for a win, but most variations that you're calculating in your head are like, well, that looks equal. That looks like no problem. This looks okay. So, in this position, white can regain the pawn with rook to c5 at the end, hitting two pawns at once, or so it would appear. But there is rook to b5 in that position. So that's why instead you see Magnus go behind the enemy passer. This is very instructive for those of you. The black rook would like to be behind his pass pawn. Of course, that was not available and definitely not happening now.
I love that. The rook behind the pawn is going to force the black rook into a more passive defense position in front of the pawn. It's exactly what happens as I say it. And as Robert said, this is ideal defensive setup here from Magnus. Your rook gets to be active, poking at the 7th rank, even outside weird mating nets with the bishop pair, while also keeping an eye on the a-pawn. So, man, under 30 seconds. The eval board now saying white is pushing here. What in the world is happening?
Well, white is now capturing this pawn, and black's king is in worse shape. The tables have turned. Black's king in some danger over here. This knight not defended. A bishop d5, bishop d4 follow-up. The g7 pawn could be in trouble. And actually, the eval bar is all the way up right now. It's clear that there is trouble for Arjun Erigaisi.
And it's all the tactics that the bishops bring to the table. I'm looking at rook takes g7. That obviously doesn't work now because the knight and king are on it. But there's tactics on g7 with the rook on c3. Could I just go back to a7 in some spots and then play bishop d5? The bishop pair is just so hard to deal with here. And that's what Magnus does. Maybe, by the way, maybe it was rook e7. I know okay, it's too late now.
Yeah,
but
probably something like that. But here it seems it's just winning for Magnus. Bishop e4 check is actually tempting to me because you almost create a mating net against the mating net. This rook. The rook
it can't go to c2 because bishop e4 check wins the rook.
No,
it's just an exchange.
And look at this follow-up, by the way. F4, F5, and rook takes g7 is unstoppable because it comes with a check. And the a2 pawn is also not going anywhere thanks to the bishop.
Unreal that this game went from Arjun Erigaisi up upon his black in complete control to Magnus Carlsen stealing a victory from the jaws of defeat, literally, and stealing our hearts out of our chest because he proved smarter chess right with a 4.5, 2.5 final score at the end of the 5+1 portion. Robert, that was absolutely wild. Magnus Carlsen does things that a lot of other chess humans wish they could do. And that was a good example of that.
It's ridiculous. And we could sense that Arjun, he was trying his best to find a victory from a position that objectively was actually even. And that's the frustrating thing as a chess player. You don't have access to the engine. You don't know what the best move is. You're just trying your best in the moment. And unfortunately for Arjun Erigaisi, Magnus Carlsen was able to drum up some, not just counterplay, but some aggression against his king. And that just is a loss that will feel unacceptable to Arjun, even though it happens to the best of us.
Yeah, some wins are better than others or feel better than others. Some losses feel worse than others. But okay, I know you're going to take us through some game review because as we head into the 3-1 portion, this match has been very close, and it could be even closer. I know the game you picked for us goes back to the beginning of the day when Arjun really had Magnus on the ropes, and I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, back in game 2 of this match, which feels like an eternity ago, we're just going to dive into the position we have on the board here. The Black King is in danger. The material is actually even. You see 2 rooks, a knight, and 3 pawns per side, but it's the placement of the Black King, the rook not really involved. And as the game continued, we saw a rook come into h7, defending the 7th rank, protecting this knight, making sure that there are no checks, and the rook was hanging a turn ago. And as the game continued with rook g3, Black actually makes this move knight to f8, and it was given the 2 question marks. It's considered a blunder, but these positions are very difficult. The answer actually was straightforward in the sense that you deliver a check. Bring this rook on over to e3 with check. The Black King has to go. There are no other escape routes, so the king goes to f7. And here's where it gets tricky, and this is what Arjun must have missed. Rook e7 check is the tempting move, but look at the evaluation bar. It goes back towards the center. White still has the better position. The activity may even win a pawn, but with limited material remaining, that might not be enough. So let's take a step back. If not for rook e7 check, which is the most obvious move, what else could it be? Checks, captures threats. Let's see another check. Knight h6 hitting you out of nowhere. This king is in a mating net. No, it can't go to the e file. There's a rook on e3. No, it can't step up to the 6th rank. There's a rook on d6. Thank you very much. The king can't go to g8 because of this knight. That leaves g7, but you are walking into threats. This rook is cut off thanks to this knight. Here comes a check on g3. You go knight g6, you simply lose a knight. If you slide into the corner, it's good knight. Game over. Rook g8 is mate. So Arjun Erigaisi, he had the upper hand. He knew he had something here. But as I said, as I minimized the board, apologies there. But this king was getting hunted. Knight h6 check, not an intuitive find. Really hard to figure out that one. So that was what was missed. Instead, in the game, there weren't all these checks. Just to show you what actually happened, d5 was played. The game eventually was saved by Magnus Carlsen. He brought his king out for a wild ride. I'm just going to quickly go through it here. The Black King comes up because I thought this moment was super instructive as well. Pawn to a4, trying to get rid of the remaining pawns. And that way, when you liquidate, even if Black has to give up a knight for the remaining pawn, that would still be a draw. And here, this is just unbelievable awareness from Magnus Carlsen. Knight f6. Usually, you do not trade when you're down material. Rook to f4 looks like it gives you a pin. This rook can always slide out with check. And after the knights were traded, typically you win rook endgames up 2 pawns. But unfortunately for White, Black's king was active. The rook helps out. And then the last pawns were gathered. Black makes the draw. And this was a save by Magnus Carlsen. Otherwise, Arjun would be closer in this match.
And when you consider how close that last game was, that he was up a pawn and maybe could have converted. Again, it's hard to say that against Magnus. I guess it just really shows you that despite Smarter Chess Prediction being accurate, this match could almost be tied up. But all right, you are almost out of time to get tickets for Paris. So let's remind everybody as we throw to a break before we head to the next faster segment here in the SCC. You're running out of time. Let's go. Just like the players, run out of time on the clock. You gotta buy your tickets now. There are a few tickets left for Sunday. At least there were at the start of the show today. I was told there were 7 at the top of the show. We'll get an update on that if there's any left. But come see us in Paris. Will Hikaru and Magnus be joining Alireza Firouzja as someone who has already officially punched their ticket, along with Hans Niemann, to join us in Paris, France. Get your tickets now. Use the command. Get all the info. They start at 45 euros. You know the drill. I don't need to say more. We got 3-minute chess when we return. It's Arjun Erigaisi and Magnus Carlsen. It's the 2024 Speed Chess Championship, and we'll be right back.
We're here in Casablanca for this special tournament. You'll be playing games from interesting positions, from historical games. So this is a challenge we want to give you, the players, to see if you know your classics and also more modern games. And as you see, we have switched the normal pieces out with checkers pieces. And you are allowed to get a hint. I can reveal a specific piece.
Oh, that's easy.
But the problem is, who's it against? This is the problem. Who is this against?
Yeah, Marshall, Janowski Marshall?
Correct.
Queen G3, yeah.
Do you remember the year?
08.
1912. Close.
Well,
Yeah. Very good. That took you only a few seconds. That was impressive.
Yeah, I don't remember. Like somebody against Marshall, the famous Queen G3.
Correct. And do you remember the year?
I don't know, like 1912, 1911.
1912, correct. So it was Marshall with the black pieces against Stepan Levitsky playing the white pieces.
Yeah, I don't know why I can't remember this is obviously the Marshall game, the coin, the one where they put the coins on the table in the story, but I don't remember who it was against actually.
But do you remember the year?
The year of this game. No, I don't actually.
1912.
1912.
And it was against Stepan Levitsky.
There are two things that pop into my mind, and it feels like this is either one of those games between like, I think Botvinnik Capolaga, or this is Magnus and Vichy.
Yeah, this is easy as well. It's my game against Anand from the match in Chennai, the 9th game.
Feels like my game with Magnus, but
Yes, correct.
yeah.
From 2013.
Well, that's the first thing I thought of, but
Yeah.
then I thought they won't be that mean, but they are. Okay. So.
I'll tell my colleague who sent me this.
I'm gonna think that this is Magnus and Vichy. This would have been the match, and I'm gonna say it's Magnus against Vichy. I'm gonna say that it's that was the match. He won in 2013. So this would have been the first one because that's when there was all the big cheering and celebration. So this would have been 2014. I'm gonna say this was game 9 of the match in 2014, but maybe I'm wrong. Magnus and Vichy.
It is Magnus and Vichy. Magnus won, but it's the match from 2013, and it's November 21st. So it
Wasn't the candidates in 2013? Oh, the match was the same year?
Yeah.
So I didn't realize that. Okay.
They played in
So I was right, but I had the year
2013,
wrong.
And then in Sochi 2014. But you're correct.
Really?
This summer, Paris, France is set to hold the greatest sports spectacle the world has ever seen. And no, I'm not talking about the Olympics, though that's pretty cool too, I guess. It's the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. In the 2024 Speed Chess Championship, 16 of the world's greatest speed chess superstars take up the gauntlet. Only 4 will make it to Paris. For the first time ever, few are invited into the battleground. Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greets. Hurry before the clock runs out.
We are back. We are here. We're going to be there in Paris next to the Louvre. I can't wait. It's going to be awesome. Magnus Carlsen, will he join the other players in Paris? With a victory today over Arjun, he takes a 2-game lead into the 3-1 portion. We see Magnus just got up from his chair. We don't see Magnus anymore. Robert and I did, but now we do see Arjun waiting for Magnus to return.
The return of Magnus Carlsen is something that the fans may want, and for Arjun Erigaisi, he may be a little bit wary of because Arjun, he is playing a good match. I mean, that game just now, he had the upper hand really since the start of it, and then, Danny, when he won material, I think that's what happens to chess players. You win material, you want to prove that it's enough, and unfortunately, he got himself in time trouble, and Magnus Carlsen, who's changed his shirt once again, he was up to the task.
Changes his shirt for the if you're just tuning in. He came in what we think was golf attire. He's become obsessed with golf. Changed shirts not once, now twice. Maybe we'll get more wardrobe changes throughout the day. What do we got here? We got a weird. Is it a Trumpowski? Sorry, I missed the beginning first few moves.
It looks like it started off with a Trompowsky-like position. I mean, Bishop G5 was played on the third move. And in general, Danny, when I look at these openings, I'm like, White looks to be slightly ahead. It's got this pawn on D4. Things look nice. And yet this is like a Queen's Gambit accepted player's exact setup. They just start trading pawns in the center. They think everything is good. They can delay their development by a little bit because there might be a pawn on D4. If that's how White takes back, that's a long-term weakness.
Takes with the knight to avoid the isolated queen pawn being that long-term weakness you said, but that means the structure is totally equal. These positions, black is going to get castled. You're going to get a knight to c6. That's why we should highlight Magnus played bishop d7 so that you can play knight c6 and recapture with the bishop. The trade-off of not having the IQP position, Robert, is what I was trying to say, is you might get a spot where there's just a bunch of exchanges happening and White no longer has any edge.
Yeah, symmetry is not typically what ambitious players, those who want to win a game, they go into a game looking for. I mean, we see here that all pawns are on the same files. In fact, except for this H pawn, they're all on the same square on the opposing side. So I think everything thus far is looking quite balanced. But then again, these games, these results aren't just solved by how the opening goes. It often is determined by who can outplay the other. And Danny, I'm already looking at ideas like sacrificing the B7 pawn, and Magnus does it to try to get knight A5 fork.
White doesn't even take it, doesn't even tempt the idea of knight a5 and winning the bishop pair. So instead, we have the symmetry, and the first exchange that we were talking about might happen. It's also, I just want to highlight, I don't want to overdo it yet. It's early in the match. Arjun Erigaisi, a phenomenal player who can turn things around in a minute, as Magnus called him, a madman. But the trend is not good in terms of what it seems like Arjun's inability to get Magnus out of these simple positions, right? Magnus wants this. He doesn't want crazy theoretical, aggressive attacking chess. He wants simple positions, roughly level on the clock, and it just doesn't look great as far as a new tempo of the match here in the 3-1 portion.
No, White isn't ahead on the clock. The position looks very level. We've got symmetry, and as I look to see who might have chances in this game, White would try to poke at this B7 pawn. That would be ideal, but Black's just trying to get everything off the board, and I don't know if people know this, but if you don't have pieces left, you can't really attack things. So if all the rooks and the queens are gone, then there's nothing else to use.
And pawn structure is literally symmetrical now. It was already symmetrical in terms of chess terms, 4-on-4 on the king side, 2-on-2 on the queen side, but now it's literally symmetrical. There are literally no weaknesses for either side to speak of right now, which is why the eval bar can't get more 50-50 than it currently is. So, okay, if you're in Arjun's corner, now's where you start thinking about, is there something to try in terms of the openings he hasn't gone for yet? You've got to spice things up to get different types of dynamic games.
Yeah, the more that we talk about it, the more I'm wondering if it's really an opening issue at the moment. I think there's these moments where Arjun spends quite a deal of time, and then he's unable to see through the complications, as really anybody is unable to, when you just don't have seconds on the clock. So for Arjun, he's playing good chess overall, and he in fact won a game that he was really in trouble in because he didn't have time. So there are moments I think that you can take positivity from. Great job in that one game. You spotted a tactic that Magnus overlooked, but overall I think he just needs to play more quickly. Easy for me to say sitting in my commentary chair. It's one of my biggest kryptonites in chess, is I just waste time sort of just overthinking it, and they say long think, wrong think.
Classic David Howell quote, right? One of the original chess rhymes that, well, I don't know if it was his original rhyme. Who started that quote?
No idea, but I'm guessing way before our buddy David.
Way before David Howell. Knight F8, there is no mate. That was the original chess rhyme. Maybe. We'll research that. We'll look into it. Back to the chess. Magnus doubles on the D file. By the way, there's an immediate threat. E5 is winning, which is why Arjun has to run the rook away. And the momentum is in Black's favor right now.
No, this is really not pleasant for Arjun. Look at the clock. He's down to 40 seconds. We can see an imbalance of sorts if this knight takes on G3, but watch out. I know I'm talking about how Black is the one who's getting active. White suddenly has an open F file and a rook on the 7th rank. So knight takes G3 still looks good. You can bring your rook back to D7 afterwards. I mean, the healthier pawn structure usually tells you who has the better chances.
He does just that with the other rook coming to D7. It's a healthier pawn structure for Black, and it's probably a better minor piece.
centralized knights are great and they can often keep level with a bishop, but when you have pawns on both sides of the board and you have potential weaknesses on both sides of the board, that bishop is probably to be preferred.
Yeah, and it can attack this knight from multiple directions, as I've indicated on screen. If you think that you're on rook c1 to take away the c5 square, haha, here I go, bishop f6, hits that knight on d4. So I would say that this position, from a blitz point of view, is just not winning for black, but now even the eval bar is suggesting black has a huge advantage. I just think that when you have 13 seconds, your opponent's 53 seconds, your opponent has a better pawn structure, has active pieces. Good luck to you.
Agreed. Double pawns, less time. Magnus taking his time to make sure he goes for the right setup, which I think is a mature move for people watching and learning. You're up on the clock, but that doesn't mean you start blitzing, because you might actually miss your chance to have the ideal rook and bishop setup. What is it, Robert? Is it the bishop on c5 and rook on the d3? Okay, it is. Was it the bishop on f6? These were questions Magnus was trying. Okay, he goes for what I said with bishop on c5, rook on d3, but I think that was important to just pause and make sure you didn't put your pieces on bad squares.
That's fantastic advice. And I think that Arjun, speaking of fantastic, he's done a great job at maneuvering his pieces to try to finally activate them. I know his knight went back to e1. That looks bad, but sometimes you take one step back to take a few forward. And I guess this is 2 steps back because that's how knights move. But as we look at this
I've been
position,
going
Danny,
2 steps back, 1 step forward most of the time. Is that not it? That's my life. Okay.
Well, I know you got a good 1-2 step going on. But here I think
1-2 step
Arjun,
going on.
Look at Arjun. He's going
to remember that advice. Okay.
At some point. And
yeah.
Look at this. Arjun's doing everything you could ask for a player in immense time trouble.
100%. And now both sides will be in mutual time pressure here, living off the increment. Arjun has held his own here before. He's already stolen a victory in a game that could have gone either way if you missed it earlier in the match. So the knight is tricky.
Can go to these light square. Oh, he's trying to set up a pin.
Yeah. Oh, yes,
the
rook! Knight c2 was winning the rook! Oh my god!
Oh,
neither of them saw it.
Mutual blind spot. I think he trusted Magnus.
Oh, look at their faces. Neither of them still know that it happened. I wonder if we'll get one of those they realize later on and we see their face.
Yeah, they'll look at their phone and later in a break and someone will text them, hey, how did you do that? But look at Magnus. He's trying to win this game, and now he's down a pawn, but now it's an extra pawn for white, outside passer for black, and now it seems like finally at long last things are liquidating.
Dude, regardless of the result of this game, this bodes well for Arjun in the bullet portion ahead, everyone. Remember the format. The fastest time control is coming. Winter is coming. And if Arjun is able to get okay, this is probably going to be a draw, but he had winning chances. We've seen Magnus make blunders. You have to know that Magnus is human, and you can steal some of these games.
Oh, speaking of stealing a game,
he's made it himself. King of 4.
Yeah. And so he's giving up the pawn, but his king's cut.
Now he's just in a loss. Oh my gosh. Arjun is going to steal this game.
This is just a winning endgame, and you build a bridge. I cannot believe how this game has turned.
It's a weird kind of poetic justice karma that Magnus would lose this game because he kind of deserved to lose it. He blundered the rook earlier and should have lost, and then Arjun comes back and gets the job done. But seeing multiple blunders by Magnus Carlsen in a time scramble is not something that we do often, but we have to show that. I know you're pulling it up. We got to show the final moment there. That was crazy.
First, let's show this position because bishop e5, we were talking about how a rook was trying to pin. Now there is knight b3 or c2, doesn't matter. Check to the rook, but also check to the king, winning material on the spot. This is, as basic as it gets for these high-level players. But later in the game, it got tricky, and Magnus Carlsen, somebody who typically does not blunder. I mean, this part of the game here, it seems like, okay, things should be even because you are trying to get behind the pawn, but it feels like you're taking too much time. The reason king g5, it loses the spot, is after this check, king h4, and actually this king has 2 choices, Danny. King f4 is tempting, but king f5 might be even better because the pawn's under attack with check, and if g3, you've made
wow.
You took away your escape square, and the king is cut off, the white king is in perfect place, and the e-pawn is rolling.
Wow. Obviously, you don't see mistakes like that by Magnus Carlsen every day, but you know what else? Not everyone converts on those opportunities against Magnus, and Arjun did. That's super important to note here because Magnus will make mistakes in these long matches, and what you and I have talked about so many times over the years is that you don't get many shots at the king, so you best not miss.
how many times do we see him kind of get away with it, right? But he didn't get away with that there. Arjun keeps it close, and Magnus has got to be thinking about that one.
How could you not? And he's probably kicking himself. He's probably just really frustrated with how could I lose that position of all positions, especially when he was the one with the healthier pawn structure and a good bishop against a knight that was sort of wandering all over the place. So that's neither here nor there. That's in the past at the moment. And as I look at this game, Danny, I've always liked these positions from the white side. There's something about these pawns on c4 and e4 that just make me happy. And also that black can't easily take because then you isolate your own queenside pawns.
Yeah, sorry. Great positional lesson there. I was still replaying that rook ending in my head at that moment where I wasn't present. My apologies. Yeah. Anyway, the one thing you'll say for Magnus is turning it around on the clock, right? This game has quickly become one where he's like, all right, wake up here. He's got an advantage with f4. He's threatening to play f5. Don't underestimate the kingside attack that could be underway here soon. And he's also playing quickly on the clock.
It's hard for black to make moves in this position. He does take on e4, and you see the evaluation immediately goes in white's favor. There are long-term consequences of this decision. There also could be short-term consequences if you blunder checkmate on these diagonals. So be very, very careful if you're Arjun Erigaisi, because this looks scary.
Did you just go double bishop sacrifice throwback? Did you do it? Let's do it. Come on. It makes me smile. Bishop takes e4. And then let's make a move and make it happen. I mean, bishop takes h. Does it work? Let's do it. You check on h5, take on g7. The rook comes to d3. Okay, it doesn't work. I don't care. This is a famous sacrifice. You got to know. Probably because bishop e4 just stops everything.
But it does look scary for black. So it's one of these things where you may believe that it's a threat, so you change your strategy. But as you're saying, like the bishop can come back around and block on g6. But these things get scary. And in the game continuation, we see bishop takes e4, rook a to d8. And you know that Magnus is looking in this direction of the double bishop sacrifice, Greek gift style. He wants it, but he can chill a little bit. He just has a nice strategic position as well.
Well, you saw his eyes kind of light up there, and now we've seen him lean in a little bit. He's surely calculating this, which means the difference, by the way, is the pawn hasn't moved to c5, so there's no bishop e4 roundabout. So it's not as immediately clear. And remember, there's tricks in those double bishop sacrifices where you check on g4 first and force the king to the h file and then the rook lift. But okay, we'll get out of our heads. And in the moment, Magnus plays rook d3, which directly threatens bishop takes h7.
It's all relevant. People may see, oh, that move was a blunder. How could they suggest that? You should always suggest ideas. There's no harm in that. Even when you're playing a game of chess, you should be thinking, wait, do I have this bishop sacrifice? Okay, clearly doesn't work now, but what needs to change to make it work? And oh no, this is a strategic misery for Arjun Erigaisi. There's a pawn here that is weak and targeted. There's a pawn here that is weak and targeted. The bishop is loose, so that pawn can't move easily. a5 is a target. Danny, I'm looking at this position, and he played queen e5. It's not even just about winning this pawn over here. Black can hardly move. You're getting squeezed.
Yeah, this is painful. Some losses feel worse than others. This is painful. Still got to be thrilled with the victory he stole in the last game if you're Arjun, but you don't want to rebound or follow up a game like that with one like this. So, like, it feels even worse than it is, or it looks even worse than it feels. I don't know. I mean, is the knight coming to c5 right away? Indeed, he does, because there's knight d7 ideas, and you want the rook to come to d7 with mate on g7 eventually.
Oof. The bishop's hanging. If it goes to c8, c6 falls. If it goes to a8, well, your bishop's on a8. That ain't great. But also the e6 pawn in some of these positions is hanging. So I like your knight d7 idea. I wonder if it's worth making luft for the king just to run away. Yeah. But the king can always slink out to g3. He goes h3. So yeah,
ring. Danya called. Prophet called. Wants his prediction back. All right, rook d6.
I was just drawing with arrows that this rook could have just try to gather this pawn on a5 and gone to a7. But look at this. It's just positional dominance. e6 drops. The king on on g8 is in a world of hurt. It's hard to look at this position.
And the luft you talked about proving more critical than ever. No worries about checks from the black queen. You could even just take you don't want to let him get the c4 pawn, so maybe Magnus wants something more concrete. But you could take a4 and give up c4, still in control.
Totally, and play rook e7 or something like that. There's a bishop on a8. It's just not doing anything. It's staring into its own pawn. So Magnus type of move, bishop d1 to b3, in some universe. that might be in the cards, but rook e7 is simple.
King h2, and then your idea is really on the agenda because there's no. And that's what he plays. Don't look out for bishop d1 coming. So the king runs off the diagonal. f5 is hanging with check. Magnus didn't even take it. He could have,
but he wins more.
Okay. Well, that was dominant.
Yeah.
Okay. Magnus strike back.
Usually, it's our job to say things. But every single move that Magnus played had a purpose and was perfectly executed.
I don't want to give us any unnecessary credit here. We know our, at least my job is to look like an idiot and, maybe have some fun. But I think we predicted Magnus's moves partly because that game was so easy. Like, it was just like every move we said Magnus played, like that was not one that Arjun wants to remember. Forget that one. Focus on the moment. You've got white again.
And this knight c6 move, given a question mark, it's just one of the random moves you play in an opening to get out of theory. But one of the reasons I think is that black doesn't gain the space that you typically do. You want to strike at white center with a pawn. The knight on c6 attacked nothing. And in fact, it's gone from where it previously sat. So what is happening here? This feels like one of those Jabawa London. I know that many courses have been made about it. I've never quite understood it myself. White pushing a pawn to g4, but then black just offers trades, and doesn't white just have tons of weaknesses in the position?
They do, but I love these games for white, right? Because lots of weaknesses are my jam with an unsound attack. I mean, the Jabawa London this is what it's about. You're going to castle long and push both pawns. And again, it's way too early to claim that Arjun is playing aggressive because of tilt. This is just his style. Like, Arjun wants these kind of games, and here we go. It's going to be a fun one.
I just think that black has done absolutely nothing special, and has if you play g5 and this knight sits on f5, that is just nasty. G6 to follow, and you have an outpost, even though there are pawns that can attack it. So you're looking at this position for Arjun. You can't play h3. There's a rook loose on h1. f3 is capturing in the wrong direction if we get there. And I'll add that h4 doesn't trap the bishop, but it actually helps you go corral this e5 pawn in many positions. So it looks ugly. I'm surprised that it's actually close to equal.
It's funny. I complimented the approach. Love Arjun's style. We know that, and I like playing these aggressive positions. But the moment I saw h5 and then everything that came out of your mouth after that, I was like, I agreed. Like, h5, such a well-timed strike by Magnus for all the reasons you pointed out. But by the way, so this is how Arjun handles it. This is why it's still equal. You go real aggressive. You say, forget castling. Let's open up the center now with e4, and. By the way, now let's point out white's advantages. Those knights kind of stink, and they're passive, and they're in the way of the queen. So if Arjun can get castled long and play f4 next, which he's doing, he still has chances here.
It's a really good point, and especially after c6, black doesn't want to take on e4 because the knight will then venture on into that d6 square. With check or without, it's still going to hurt. And so this e5 pawn is hanging, but you can't really take it with your king in the center. And a6, given a question mark, still saying slightly better for white. I see this as about +1, but in a dynamic position like this, Danny, it's not the same +1 as just being up a healthy pawn in endgame. It's actually very complicated still. Both sides will have to play accurately.
Agreed. And I also like that it's not straightforward. You can't just play f5 right away, but I think Arjun's plans are clear. You'd love to get f5 before black's king gets out of the center. That's kind of the goal here. If you can get some open lines before Magnus solves that problem, you might be running out of time.
And here a knight can go to e4 if a pawn takes, because the d7 knight will be loose. But that move given a miss, so apparently pawn takes d5, which looked quite promising to my eyes, is wrong. And Magnus doing the right thing, Danny. Which way does he take this pawn? Because he has 3 options, and it doesn't look entirely clear which is best.
Yeah, agreed. You don't like the knight coming to e4 because, as you pointed out, with check or without, d6 is a beautiful home for that pony. But if you take with the pawn, you're playing knight e4 anyway. This is going to be an interesting one. I think white will get that knight to d6. The question is, does black have his king on b8 at the end of those lines? And then, that bishop on g3, by the way, not a great piece. The f5 square is now open for business for Magnus eventually, either knight or rook. So this is equal or close to it for a reason. All kinds of weirdness.
And knight c5 is an intermezzo, but the reason I didn't suggest it so quickly is I was worried about some kind of b4. And I mean, look at this, queen d4, not the right square for the queen, but he goes exactly what I was talking about. And if I'm counting correctly, white is up a pawn. But Danny, this is amazing vision from Magnus.
Yeah.
He's going to be down a pawn, but all those light square pluses that you were talking about, they still exist. This knight can jump around to a square like e4. This pawn a5 is loose. This bishop on g3, I mean, it's generous to call it a bishop at the moment. Oh, it's hanging.
Yep. Oh, now it's hanging. There's a pin. No, you called it. What a brilliant plan from Magnus there. His recognition that he could give up that pawn and have a good knight versus bad bishop, or now an equal game where he's not down a pawn at all and maybe better in the rook ending. Just like kind of crazy. Although it was a blunder, you were right to not suggest it, because I think queen to c4 was the move instead of queen d4 from Arjun. And then your threat of b4 was very real. Okay, all right, never mind. Well, too late. But I wonder what happened there in the crazy dynamics to give white that miss, and whether Arjun had a chance is all.
And Arjun, he made his move quite quickly, and he still has a chance in this endgame. We see that black is better. This pawn, white has 4 isolated pawns, right? We talk about pawn islands. Why do we like pawn islands? E6 and G6, they're safe and sound because of one teeny little pawn on F7. On the other hand, E5 requires a rook. H2 doesn't have a rook protecting it, but would have required a rook, a more valuable piece. And here comes the G pawn, Danny. The black king, unless it gets mated, it's just going to walk up the board, but not yet.
Well, you can't play king h6 right away, but I thought he would just play. No, okay, g5 would have failed because of that idea of the h-file. So this is the correct approach, and you now can play king h6 because there's no longer a skewer. Oh, make it look easy. Wow.
I have very few words, and Magnus has done this against many other prodigies. I remember his game against Gukesh. He won that game. He sort of did it in a similar fashion, just getting into an end game and then winning from there. And here, black is already up 1 pawn. It looks like a second is dropping. The black king is helping to escort this pawn to the other side. And Magnus, he still isn't playing like bullet at the moment. He's taking his time, and he just wants to wrap this up in convincing fashion.
Yeah, that was an interesting move there. It both prevented c4 from Arjun and got the rooks connected, so maybe now the g-pawn can push more aggressively.
And this rook on c5 stuck. It's protecting c4 and e5, and this is the only square it can do that from.
Yeah, well coordinated. Arjun under 5 seconds, facing a potential 3-game deficit in the match, which if you're just tuning in would be the biggest lead of the day for Magnus Carlsen, and it is so. 6.5 to 3.5 is now on the scoreboard, Robert. It's tough.
When Magnus finds those moves, where he gives up a pawn, enters a position that he just knows is better for him, he is at his most capable and dangerous. And that's saying a lot because we know how many things Magnus has won in the world of chess. But I think for Arjun Erigaisi, you could sense that he started throwing pawns forward. He got into his dynamic position, which typically we think is his strong suit, but it just felt like he didn't have the exact plan that he wanted. He couldn't work through the tactics, and there was something there. Objectively speaking, there was something, but it was clearly very difficult to find, and Arjun went through a natural continuation. It just didn't work out.
Agreed, and I was applauding Arjun's approach. I think stylistically, even though that game didn't work out, Robert, I feel like he does need more games like that, and as you said so yourself, objectively, there was something there, right? There was a blunder Magnus made, but the pieces were traded so fast that he got away with it. So I still think Arjun needs games like that to have a chance in the match. So we'll see if he can keep getting some weird, dubious Jabava Londons.
Well, can we just talk about H4? I mean,
yeah.
What in the world is that?
It was a move.
But Danny, this is a normal position with a pawn H4 rather than H3 or H2, and you could have developed. So I hate what Magnus is doing. Maybe he's just playing whatever, but look at this. This is like those mainline positions.
I was so focused on talking about, even though Arjun lost that game, I liked his strategy. I didn't get to see Magnus on camera when he played H4, but was it a mouse slip? Like literally asking for a friend? I don't know. Did he mean to play H3?
I also wasn't looking at his demeanor closely enough, but as I'm looking at this position, this looks terrible for white. Like, you played on one of these main lines in the London, and if we do a quick material count, black is up a pawn. There's a pawn H5, which means castling looks less tempting because that pawn may drop. And I guess white is doing okay if you find the correct path forward. But yeah, this just is weird stuff.
Super weird. That king will never have a home on e1 because of what you've done with the h-pawn. Look at what you've done. And Magnus says, I don't care. I'm playing c4. It's explosive. Let's go. Open up the board. I'm with you. I'm calling baloney, not to be confused with the Benoni. Calling baloney.
And it does appear that Arjun has gone wrong a couple turns here. White now right back in this game. It doesn't look like he's done that much wrong, but he put his bishop on d7, captured with the knight, brought the knight back, and nice move from Magnus. He is just putting pressure on the black king side. So, Danny, we were saying that the white king would have nowhere to go. It seems like the black king doesn't have an easy path either.
Are we going to get a rook h3 rook lift at some point? Head to the g file and see what happens next? I mean, maybe.
Sick.
I'm with you. No, you're right. I mean, the black king has just as many questions to answer as the white king does, maybe more at this point. Queens off the board would favor white with the bishop pair in the endgame. b7 is immediately under fire.
I'm giving it a star. That's such a good move. It's the best move.
Well, if you're going to give it a star, give it this star. It was a gold one. I'm sorry, it's too late now. Okay.
Look at this, Danny.
You were a kid. You want a gold star. No, go ahead. Sorry. Yep.
Yeah, but then, the teachers gave gold stars to everybody. They're like, oh, you read one page. Here's a gold star. It's like, wait a second.
Yeah.
I read 3 books, and that person read 3 pages, and yet we're both getting a gold star. So,
you literally sound like Talia. This is why the two of you get along. She is the most cynical. She's literally, I think she said that exact thing last year during school, something like that. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, it just riles me up. But I think what Magnus is trying to do is he's trying to use his rook on this opening B file, go after the black king. There's some loose pawns here as well. But the question is, how quickly do you want to release that tension? Because the black king can also run to E6, where it's actually quite safe.
Well, yeah, it's kind of safe. Look at that, king E2. And he's saying that bishop D6 can't defend these threats. Is he going to take F6 and do another knight versus bishop, but bad pawn structure dance? I see you nodding. Yeah.
Yeah, his rook has choices, either C1 directly or doubling on the B file, or after the exchange on F6, this rook can dance this way. Rook H4 at some moment, and it can go to G4. It can go to A4. It can just pose problems on both sides of the board.
So he doesn't go for that forcing line. A good lesson to see all the way through that it would actually bring black's king to E6. Instead, he stays down a pawn, but you wouldn't know it by looking at the pawns. Speaking of the peshki, the peshka for singular, peshki for plural. Just fun little fact, little Russian tip, Russian grammar.
Was there a follow-up there? Or are you just trying to,
Yeah, that was it. I just wanted you to know.
Oh, I appreciate it. You know what? People make that mistake a lot is with pierogi. That's already plural, but they say, "Oh, can I have some pierogies for dinner?" But that's it's one of those little language things.
Is it moose or moose in?
It's meese.
Meese for plural moose? Is that really true?
No, but goose and geese. So why not moose and meese?
Oh, okay. All right, here we are. Magnus in a position where he's down a pawn, but he's got positional pressure. Arjun has a million weaknesses. Rook to C1 is a simple move, probably after G3. Oh, no, king of 3, even better. Because then you get G4 if rook G5 to guard the H-pawn. OMG.
He is trying to create a bind over here. That pawn on H5 will be the best pawn on the board, and the knight coming to F5 puts pressure on H6. So it looks like Arjun will have to defend passively. And Danny, I wasn't actually... I wasn't expecting king G4, but long live the king. But then I'm looking at the time. Magnus is actually down under half the time that Arjun has.
Fascinating defense. We've seen Arjun play great defensively before and steal one. Will he do it again here? This is not so simple, although that king on F5, that's a good king there.
But that was a surprising sequence. F4 weakens the G3 pawn, but maybe he will play your G4 push in the near future. Knight D4 check will be available thanks to a pin. So, I mean, there are some tactical chances here. Don't play D4 that drops the pawn.
Yep. Gonna have to take... Oh, he plays rook B2 first, but now the E file has also been opened. God, this just feels like you're one move away from blundering here.
I mean, both sides have problems. And the king comes to E3, so this C pawn is very dangerous. And look at this. Evaluation suddenly heavily in black's favor.
I think it was king to d3 to threaten king to threaten c3, but he goes to the other side. Ooh, the rook ending. Good for black. Because the main thing is that black's going to win the king side pawns here. Ooh, what a move.
Yeah, he gave a check and brought his rook behind the pawn. And he could also bring his rook to c6 at the right moment if his h-pawn needs a defender. And this is just really excellent stuff from... Oh, it spoke too soon.
We're all over the map here. But either way, Arjun Erigaisi is on his way to potentially outplaying Magnus for yet another time today in an endgame, Robert. This is just amazing chess right here.
Oh my goodness. Arjun Erigaisi gets that win. He needed it. He cuts that deficit from 3-2. Both players get a little bit of a break now, Danny, but I mean, that came at the perfect time for Arjun. He just stole that game. I don't even call it a steal. The way he played to get Magnus into time trouble, he truly, I think, earned it.
I agree. He has done it several times today. Again, if you're just tuning in, what you just saw there were blunders by Magnus in an endgame, but really it's Arjun who gets the credit for keeping his nerves and outplaying one of the greatest endgame players of all time in another endgame. So amazing stuff there from Arjun Erigaisi. We head to the halfway point in the 3-minute portion. Guess what else is amazing? Our merch. It really is, actually. We've completely revamped Chess.com's merch store, merch brand, our approach to merch. These clocks absolutely flew off the shelf in V1. And then we even got feedback, despite the fact that they sold out, that people wanted them to look a little different, a little more clarity in terms of how that hand moved around. So they've been upgraded. Make sure you tune in. Sorry, not tune in. Make sure you head over to the merch store. You can tune into the merch store. You may not get a lot back. But you want to go to the merch store and get something fun for a friend. They make great gifts. Don't go anywhere. Robert Hess and I will be right back.
How fast are the fastest chess players in the world? Bullet chess is a wildly popular format, with hundreds of thousands of games played daily on Chess.com. Players have a total of just 1 minute to play all of their moves. Hikaru Nakamura has the highest bullet chess rating ever achieved on the platform and is a 4-time bullet chess champion. On average, he spends just 0.8 of a second on a move, one of the fastest cadences in the world, all while playing better quality moves than most of us can with hours on the clock. Despite his fast speed, Hikaru rarely pre-moves, doing so only 15% of the time overall, and 36% of the time when under 20 seconds. Daniel Naroditsky has more bullet games than any other titled player on Chess.com, a mind-boggling 141,000 games. He takes just 1/100th of a second more than Hikaru overall, but when in a time scramble, he's pre-moving almost 10% more. While bullet chess is fast, hyperbullet is even faster. Players just have 30 seconds total for the game. Andrew Tang, generally considered the fastest mouse in chess, just won Chess.com's first ever Hyperbullet Championship. He's actually slightly slower overall than other top players, with an average move time of 0.9 of a second. But in a time scramble, his anticipation is unreal, as he pre-moves more than half of his moves. If you want to be a bullet chess legend, you are going to have to be a master of split-second decisions. Good moves are great, but what matters is often how fast you can get them on the board.
There's a shortcut for sizing up any chess position.
Chess structures is how we understand chess quickly. How can you evaluate a complicated position in a second or two?
And giving you the tools to come up with a winning plan.
What I see here is not a weak pawn on d4. One can feel tremendous energy from the white side. Well, we have rooks in open files. My knights have great squares where they can jump to. Even this one can maybe jump further. My bishop maybe on b3, maybe on d3. You will not see just 12 pawns on a chessboard. No, you will start to see that this is a landscape. And it's a landscape where you can sort of see the hills, or rather the flow of energy.
In any opening you play.
Welcome to the chapter about the isoland, Caro-Kann formation, the Slav formation, Carlsbad structure, Stonewall structure, King's Indian structure type 1, type 2, the hedgehog structure, the Roxy structure.
And you can learn it all before your beard grows too long. Grandmaster Peter Heine-Nielsen presents Chess Structures, a Grandmaster Guide. Try it for free on Chessable at chessable.com/structures.
We are back. The 2024 Speed Chess Championship continues. And can that man make a comeback with that last victory he earned? Maybe that's the start of something good here. Arjun Iragaisi fans would certainly hope so. He's down 2 games against Magnus Carlsen, but it was just 3, and he definitely showed us something there, Robert, because it proves the earlier games in this match where he kind of stole one from Magnus, or maybe Magnus blundered, that he's going to do it every time Magnus gives him a chance. He's going to take those opportunities, which may not bode well for Magnus if he's going to make blunders in Bullet.
Well, as LL Cool J said to Merriam-Webster Dictionary yesterday, don't call it that. It's not a comeback. Arjun's been here for years. He may be young, but he is super strong. And he's been around these parts before. He's played the top players in the world. And I think, Denny, kind of what we're getting at is that when Arjun just won that game, it wasn't like, oh, he got fortunate because Magnus miscalculated. It was Arjun outplaying Magnus. From the start, Magnus played some offbeat opening. Then Arjun gained the upper hand in the end game. And look at Magnus, by the way, right now. He's like, kind of slapping the air. Seems like something's wrong in his camp.
Yeah, we know we have the players on camera in all kinds of different ways, fair play proctoring all over the place. But we've been able to see Magnus. He was mostly in his chair eating at the break, if you're wondering. But yeah, he right now looks a little like didn't like his position or didn't like the start or something there.
But to my eyes, his position looks quite nice. He's got double fianchettos, and both players do. And Magnus, he's looking towards that center. The d4 pawn can be captured, but do you want to release the tension this early? That remains to be seen. So, Danny, as I look at the clock, about even. As I look at the position, dynamic, not symmetrical. So we got the hanging pawn structure. Would you rather have the white or black side?
Big question. I actually love playing hanging pawn positions because they're just fun and aggressive. So I probably, again, side with Arjun. I like his openings. I like his style. And here comes activity. Knight's on e5. Can I put my other knight on b5? At the same time, just want to call out the other side. Every exchange that happens from here on out, advantage Magnus. That's the problem with hanging pawns, is they are targets and weaknesses. So you got to prove your activity, or Magnus will grind you down.
Such an important point that if this knight on e5, for example, gets traded for, say, this knight that just went to b8, then the c4 pawn is already in black sight. So we look at this position. We like the potential activity that white gets, but we dislike the pawns are hanging pawns. They're loose. They can be attacked. And queen f3, I don't really see why it deserves a question mark. It looks perfectly reasonable to me, but I think black can consider a simple development move.
I think that might even be it. If the knight is traded, c4 is weak. Now, you can't play knight fd7. Watch out for f7. But Magnus first plays a6 to stop knight to b5. What a move. And that is the best move, apparently, unless Robert sneakily threw that exclamation point on the board. I think the computer likes it.
Knight d7 was a blunder. I'll show that ever so quickly. The knight d7, the kind of instinctual move, knight b5, and the queen's under attack. It goes to b8 and knight c6. Fork City, Forktown, USA. And that's winning in exchange for white.
Very nice. Okay, so that's why Magnus plays a6. Heads up on the tactics, but immediately probably knight bd7 is coming next, or even knight to c6. They're both possible moves here because all black wants, as we've highlighted, simplify, and then those pawns become weak in the center.
And you see that Arjun's in a deep think. This is what he cannot afford to do. He's down a minute, and if we're looking at the position, it's not like Magnus has done all that much. He's not posing these severe questions, but I think Arjun looks at the position like, well, how am I supposed to get out of this? And I think what he just did is excellent. You see the exclamation point, Danny, that wasn't me. He is trying to liquidate so he's not in danger of losing this game.
I think it's super smart, especially given what was happening off the board, right, on the clock. It was getting away from him. I think a draw here is not a bad result, given that he won the last game, that being Arjun. So keep this thing close within a couple games. Don't overpress here if it's gotten away from you.
And we see mass liquidation, all trades here. And look at this, by the way. It looks like there was a bishop hanging on b2, but no, rook takes d5, c takes, and the rook on c6 was under attack. So everything's off, Danny. This looks like I want to call it a clear draw, but we've seen both of these players win seemingly even endgames.
Yeah, it's true. We've had a lot of games today that entered an endgame with an equal eval bar, and somebody came away with a victory. So we shouldn't assume that at all.
If you're Magnus, I think you're the one pushing a teeny bit just because White's pawns are slightly split, and we see that's kind of what he's trying to work on right now, getting surgical over there.
Well, I thought you were going to hit me with the James McAvoy reference after
Well,
telling me about
Marcellus Wallace. Marcellus Wallace bringing pliers and a blowtorch. Let's get surgical.
Hey, you told me it was split, so we both have our pop culture references in mind. So we see this position here, and the c4 and a3 pawns, these isolated pawns, the split pawns, that means they can be targeted. But Arjun's doing just enough. He is defending not by protecting the pawn, but by attacking the pawn on b6. So when all is said and done on c4, everything gets traded off. b6 drops as well. This position is level objectively, but I'm looking at the clock, Danny. Arjun's down to 24 seconds.
And Magnus senses that he can grab the... Wait. Was King of... I guess it's still a draw, but King of 3... Did he just blunder that?
I think that he just made a move because he needed to do something, and it ends up dropping this pawn. And I don't care what the evaluation says. Drawing this game with 20 seconds on your clock against anybody, but especially Magnus, that seems very difficult. And Black at some point will try to get the king around. And here it comes.
Well, we probably won't have time to highlight or turn this into a rook ending lesson, but okay, what you just said is there's one plan, Black brings the king over to the queen side. The other plan is exactly what could happen with g5 here. You try to open up a second target or a second pass pawn. That's what Magnus is going for. Objectively, again, this should be a draw. The eval bar says so, but as Robert said, drawing the game with only 10 seconds is another matter.
And here the king, I see going to e3 made sense. And both sides are making these little mistakes at this stage. The Black king at e7, how could that be the wrong move, you ask? I honestly don't know. Where else would that have gone?
How could that? I wonder if it was rook a1 to just get, it doesn't matter because it's somehow it transposed per the human approach to the position. So forget what the computer says. That's my vote right now. It was a miss by some tempo, but the idea is very clear. Arjun's king is stuck to the f2 pawn, but at some point that Black king is going to come in and hide behind the rook and the pawn and try to make a new queen on a1.
And also when your opponent has 2.6 seconds left, you can afford to make an inaccuracy. Here it comes. Here comes the Black king this way.
Wow. Spots the g2 square, 0.3 seconds for Arjun with that move.
And just a few checks, but it's over. The a pawn reaches a2, and the Black king comes to b1, and that's that.
Arjun almost catches Magnus in a pre-move slip, but the best players in these bullet matches, or bullet moments, if you will, they don't pre-move as much as you'd think. They're just fast, and they wait until they know their move. Magnus Carlsen gets the lead back to 3 games.
And that's the benefit of that 1 second increment. That bonus time means you don't have to pre-move the way you did in the Bullet Chess Championship. And, we know that Alireza Firouzja can do it without increment. With increment, he'll be in Paris. And now it's looking like Magnus Carlsen will join him and Hans Niemann. But of course, there's still plenty of match remaining as we have 11 minutes left here in this 3 minute plus 1 second increment time, which will Danny. After that, there still is the entire bullet portion. So when you're thinking from Arjun's perspective, every single game against Magnus is difficult. But realistically, is 3 points already too much? Does he must get this down to 2?
I'm going to say no at this time, and not just for the choosing the dramatic storyline that I think Arjun can come back. Magnus has made some blunders today, Robert. Like in the time scrambles, we've seen him blunder pieces. I mean, even a younger rook with bishop e5. People who missed the game review from a few moments ago, like I guess what I'm saying is Magnus has been dominant at times, Magnus-esque as far as his ability to grind out those small advantages, Robert, the Magnus that we all know. But he's also made a lot of blunders in time pressure. So given that Bullet is such an animal that can be wild, I don't think it's over just yet. I think he needs it to be within 2 or 3 games, but I don't think it's over.
Okay. So you heard it from Danny. He thinks that given the time scrambles, how Arjun has actually been able to win a few of them, it does seem like he will have chances as long as he keeps it within that 2-3 game margin. Magnus will be the favorite, especially if it's a lead, but Arjun can get it done. And in this position, Danny, Arjun's just down so much time. Like he's down almost a minute, and we have what seems to be a pretty normal looking position.
Agreed. And what was the law of the universe? And we were talking about, I think Don and I were talking about it in the Grishik-Firouzja match, where people will take as much time as they have. Not that they should. They should play faster and appreciate the time pressure is nobody's friend. But I think in the bullet, it's still I'm still giving Arjun a chance when we get bullet, just because of what I've seen with some blunders from Magnus, and I think he will play faster. All of that said, I totally agree with you. He's just consistently down on the clock right now.
And we have a position where white has a pair of bishops on an open board. There's an isolated pawn for black, but you have to appreciate black's activity. The last few moves have been helpful. There's a bishop on e5. Pawn d4 comes to mind. Of course, bishop takes b2. And the immediate position is a problem that white has to look out for. And Magnus, thanks to his lead on the clock, is sitting and spending time. And hello, I guess this doesn't work for some reason.
Because the queen is undefended at the end of knight takes f6. Pesky tactics. I'm using that word pesky too much today. Don't know why. But f4 is required there because f2 is hanging. And bishop d5 is still on the agenda. Oh my gosh. You can't even take the bishop.
This is just nasty tactical awareness. You see that Arjun down under a minute and a half. Magnus is the one who's like has his hand on his head. But this position looks very promising for white. It's an open board. Bishop pairs, light square control. That bishop can take on c6 at some moment, but it's staring in both directions. That knight, not as great a participant at the moment.
Yeah, agreed. And okay, apparently the advantage is getting worse here.
There was this. He missed it. Just to go back. Sorry.
Bishop f5, bishop e6. Oh, yeah. Okay, bishop like f5 won the exchange.
On the spot.
Yeah. Well, it hasn't been a perfect day in terms of tactics for either player. That's kind of what we're saying there. And again, we're not taking this has been an amazing day. The chess has been exciting, and there's been some off the charts technique at times, but there's been some misses, and Magnus missed a tactic there.
He did indeed. And now we have a knight on the rim that's not looking too dim. That knight is about to enter the game via c4, b3. So for the looseness of black's position, the king on g8, there's some air in front of it. The light square's under white's control. I have to say that Arjun, he's hanging in there, and also the time situation, that's getting close to level.
Agreed. And that pass d-pawn is, well, it's irritating. If you don't take advantage of the light squares, we'll see if there are some tactics here for Magnus. That pass d-pawn, when that knight comes to c5, will get going.
I'm looking at queen f3, but knight d2 comes to mind as a response. You see my idea. I'm simply trying to get my bishop to d5. Queen b5 can be met by knight c5, protecting b7, attacking e4, but there could be rook c1 stuff. I think things are getting very spicy here, and he allows knight c5, Denny. There might be things on the c-file.
Yeah, he allowed it. He plays f5. I still like your queen. Oh, wait. Oh, the knight's hanging. Bishop takes g6. Duh.
Danny, I'm just going to say it. When Magnus is playing these kinds of games and Arjun is just handing him leads on the clock, I just don't see how it happens. I don't see how it happens for Arjun. It's just too much to overcome.
Well, a 4-game lead is no one's friend. Not fun. If you're Arjun Erigaisi, he will have a chance. There will be, I'm guessing, at least one more 3-minute game before we head to the bullet portion. So buckle up, everybody. The show's not over yet. But I agree. This is getting out of control.
Oof.
Oh, wow. That's the simple move. That's why the computers like white. The queen will fall. The d4 pawn is hanging. Arjun down to 20 seconds on the clock. A 4-game lead is around the corner for Magnus Carlsen.
And for Arjun, the next game is so critical because he's about to be down by 4 points. This position is hopeless. There's a pin on the G file. D4 is loose.
Yeah.
That is a decent try. I mean, even rook takes D4 here comes to mind because rook C1 can be met by rook to D1. White will be up at least a pawn. But look at Magnus searching for better, as he should.
Yeah, doesn't even want to invite the queen ending, which could happen. And it is a winning queen and pawn ending. But, okay, he keeps the rooks on the board because he didn't want that mass or full exchange.
Check.
But Arjun's going to play rook c1 anyway, I think. Yeah.
Rook,
We're going to get the queen ending. Oh, queen c3. Very nice. Okay. Never mind. Oh, queen c3 is going to come. Oh, no. He doesn't go for it.
Well, maybe this rook is just in a bad spot.
He's got the crossfire check for the win. We spot tactics. Magnus spots him better. He's got a 4-game lead against the world number 4. And this is likely our last 3-minute game of the day.
And now Magnus is going into some kind of Pierce modern type of setup. I guess it's more of a modern because the knight hasn't jumped out to f6. And if I'm remembering that openings, the tier list video, there was the Norwegian rat opening that came up, which starts with G6 and knight f6. And so Magnus is a fan of these style of position, even though he says objectively they're not so good.
Yeah, positions you like to play versus whether they're great or not are two different things. And usually, if you're a guy like Magnus, you can get away with having a few of them in your repertoire. But white is better. I mean, not just because the computer says it. White has more space, and these positions are kind of easy to play. But by the way, when I was commentating with Janya, there was a couple of games. I think it was the Fabi match where we just felt like, even though the positions look bad for black, it's like hard for white to prove an advantage in a lot of ways. It's hard not to overpress the center. And maybe that's sort of similar to what you would say here. What do you think?
Well, that's a reason why this is what's usually played by grandmasters when they're playing in classical tournaments against masters, because they know how strong these players are, how well versed they may be in theory. So they just try to take theory, throw it out the window, and say, all right, we know you're better. Take that 0.5, 0.8 advantage and figure out what to do. And we see in this position, it's messy. This pawn e5, Danny, it was a strength in that it booted that knight at f6, but it's a weakness because it's extended quite far. And in some positions, and especially with certain trades, that e5 pawn may just be picked off. Bishop takes f3 already threatens to hurt the white kingside pawn structure. Black has a safe king on g8 for now. I would say that this looks like a very good version of a modern from the black side.
Agreed. And I like that you pointed out the strategy of grandmasters playing really well prepared, sometimes younger or whoever they are, just a player that they're a few hundred points better than, but they don't want to get into crazy theory. So you take on a position that's objectively a little worse. The computer's like white, but this is hard stuff to press. And anyway, I just appreciate that. Thanks for telling me all the grandmaster secrets. How you win the games.
Well, I don't really play so much anymore, so I'm not revealing anything of my own. But here we see the e5 pawn sticking out like a sore thumb and under attack. And black has allowed white to take on d5, which forces black to take back with the c pawn, leaving the b5 pawn en prise. But that's not the important pawn here. e5 is way, way, way more important. And so Magnus knows where to focus his attention.
Yeah, and playing f4 is such a risky move positionally. You can protect the e5 pawn, but then exactly, the bishop owns the light squares forevermore. And your king might even get in a little bit of trouble if you're not careful. So once again, Arjun has some things to think about, but he's thinking about it. And then you got this other problem on the clock, regardless of what's on the board. So playing Magnus Carlsen is hard.
Yes. And
that's the lesson.
Pretty good lesson. Either you don't think and you get in trouble over the board, or you think and maybe over the board you're okay, but then you don't have time to think when you're in some critical situations. So d4, really nice move, inviting queen takes for knight c6, winning back this e5 pawn. So you sacrifice one to get one, and you can see that Arjun is trying to figure out how to proceed from here. He keeps his e5 pawn alive, but Danny, where's the white king going? Is it actually going kingside at this point? It's not legal for it to go queenside.
Yeah, you have to, right? Not legal, as you pointed out, no matter how hard you try. That's a Chess.com bug that they won't let go. Okay, but maybe he is going to the queen side. Is he going to kick the bishop and then sacrifice the e-pawn and say, last 3-minute game of the year, Dan, don't hold anything back now, right? I got to get a victory.
Well, I just almost blundered. I thought knight takes e5 was available, but that would have been tricking yourself. So instead we see the bishop retreat. We have a defense of the e5 pawn. And, well, there is the outline of an attack. e6 in the future could be very dangerous for the black king, but that's why knight b4 was necessary and strong. You see that, as you said, Danny, great point by you. All of the light squares are under Magnus's control. You need to kick this bishop out, but you don't have a pawn that can go to e4, and that means the bishop is here to stay. All of black's pawns covering these light squares with the bishop.
Well, and now the bishop has a target, right? I mean, the bishop was on G4 before, and it owned the dark. It was on G4 before, and it owned the light squares. I'm canty rhyme time. Now it's on F5, and it's live, and it's hitting D3. So this is why black is better. And it's one of those outpost squares with the knight on G5 that looks good, but just to prove that point, Arjun's like, what's it doing over there? I got to bring the knight back.
B4, knight C5. That's a real outpost. That would be a strong pony. But the knight on E4 can be captured at some moment. We have equal material. And you see that Magnus is putting pressure on the knight on e4. It's not really a pin, but he could double white's pawns and then free up a passer of his own.
We have equal material. We have pressure from Magnus. We have knight to d6 with an intermezzo check there on f5. Zwischenzug. But it's a rook ending. Another rook ending. We've had a lot of them today.
If this king could get active, we would be saying that black might have some chances here. But at some moment, a rook on g5, that could be painful for black to deal with as well. So these decisions are not easy. There's tension along one open file. There could be a stare down of rooks on the g file as well. Danny, the engines are saying that black is slightly better. Do you think that this has fortress potential, or do you really believe in black's chances?
I hate to say it, but I think this has very good chances for Magnus. I mean, just given the time situation, regardless of what the computers are saying on the board, I think that these are positions that Magnus Carlsen's find ways to squeeze water out of the stone. It's easy to make mistakes. It's easy for us to judge. We're not judging. It's hard to play these positions, especially when you're down on time. And here comes Magnus.
And this rook is going to pick off this d pawn at rook c5. There's rook d2 with check. And the b2 pawn falls right away. And that's a very important one. Now rook h1 and h4 is loose. h2 check picks up the b2 pawn again.
Picks up the b2 pawn. Now there's threats of b4 all the time. The a pawn will be passed in that case. But yeah, I mean, the reason I said I hate to say it, because if that proves true, we will have a 5-game lead for Magnus Carlsen heading into the bullet, which would mean we are officially in historical territory, Robert. As we always say, the biggest comebacks that have ever been achieved were 4 games. And that's bad news with 1.4 seconds right now for Arjun.
Yeah, no time. The position is bad as well. And you see the pawns are dropping. Magnus Carlsen wins on time. And for Arjun Erigaisi, you just have to wonder, how can I speed up? And for Magnus Carlsen, Danny, a 5-point lead. He's really opened this match up for himself.
And fans have to wonder, will Magnus change his shirt again? Chess.com shirt looking good right there, but he's already changed his shirt 3 times today, everybody. So this is the stuff that matters. Will Magnus change at the break? I'm just kidding. What matters in terms of the match score is a 5-2 victory in 3-1. Very close to what Smarter Chess predicted at 4.5, 2.5. And Magnus Carlsen is just on a roll right now.
Yeah, he is playing some great chess. And in fact, he had a 2-point lead that now has ballooned to 5. And I just want to take us back a couple of games, because while that last game, was just great Magnus form, it was in this game when it was still just a 2-point lead for Magnus Carlsen, where he was able to get the upper hand. And queen f3, given a question mark, maybe a little harsh, but Magnus understood what was needed. Keep that knight out of b5. And as we fast forward a little bit here, things still look equal, right? Trades, great. Okay, d5, let's get all these pawns off the board. Things still look equal, but this is the Magnus effect, the Magnus magic. And as we continue here, more and more trades. No, keep those rooks on the board. White's pawns are worse, and Magnus wins endgames like these. He's done it throughout his whole career. And as we continue, just to go forward here this was a critical moment, I would say, not just in this game, in the match. The engine evaluation off the side, it has not changed, but what has changed? That had black a turn to go, taken on c4, black, is going to go after this pawn on a3, but it's supposed to be an equal endgame. But as we see in the game, the king stepped up, the pawn is lost anyway with check, and as we go back here, the white king is scrambling. Everything looks like it's all under control until this moment here, check. And this is the critical moment, maybe not just of the game, but of the match, that the white king, it stepped back to g2, and when it did, the evaluation bar goes down. Instead, the white king, it could have stepped to e3, or in fact, f4. Rook takes f2 is checked. It seems like it's unfathomable, but the king goes to g5, and once the king takes h5, it will then take g4 as well. So the a pawn, yes, it survives, it goes here, but after king takes h5, you don't even have this trick with rook f5 check, because guess what? You tricked yourself. Rook takes f5 is a counter check, and I will go back and win the pawn. So this was the moment, I would say, right here. King went back to g2, and then in the near future, the black king was able to run forward, help escort the a pawn forward, and win this game. The match now is a 5-point lead for Magnus Carlsen, but this moment here, stepping back instead of going forward, this is what has been costly for Arjun.
Gosh, tough stuff. Really instructive to see that it was King F4. Didn't see that in real time. Got to be aggressive. I guess the Dvoretsky rule, be active in those rook endings, comes back even in the highest levels of the game. But all right. Speaking of the games that we're going to be playing in Paris, official update, we started the day with tickets that were still available for Sunday. Those tickets are gone. But I'm actually shocked there are still tickets for Friday, given that we now are closer and closer to the reality of Magnus Carlsen versus Hans Niemann, the rematch that the entire world wants to see. I don't even know what to call it, but assuming Magnus Carlsen does not join the history ranks and lose a 5-game lead to Arjun here in the Bullet, you're going to have Magnus versus Hans on Friday. There are tickets available to that. I don't know what you're waiting for. Get them now. Use the command. 45 euros a piece in terms of what they start at. I expect we will have a complete sellout. It's our job to remind you to buy them because that kind of reminds you to buy them. But let's be honest, this thing is going to be a complete sellout. So I wouldn't wait if you are considering it. Robert and I will be right back. Arjun has a lot to consider at the break. How can he complete history? Or does Magnus Carlsen do what everyone thought he would do and ultimately punch his ticket to Paris? The 2024 Speed Chess Championship continues when we return.
Magnus, do you ever regret walking away from the Classical World Championship?
Not ever is hard to say, but I would say that overall, I don't regret it.
Yeah, that's the truth. Okay. Good. Just checking. Just checking. Regardless of who wins the candidates tournament coming up, do you think Ding will successfully defend his title?
No.
He's telling the truth. Okay, controversial. Magnus, do you ever regret making 2900 a public target?
No.
It's the truth, but it's a very sensitive question for him.
Okay, touched a nerve. Magnus, do you feel you've peaked as a chess player?
Yes.
That's the truth.
Okay. Magnus, do you fear the effects of AI in chess?
No.
So it is a lie.
Ooh. Okay. Do you think you could beat Hikaru Nakamura in a chess boxing match?
Yeah. That's a lie.
Wow. Do you think you could beat Levi Rosman and Danny Wrench in a blindfold simul?
I don't care. I don't know what the rest of the question is, but I don't care.
He does care. He's annoyed by that.
Okay. Have you ever played a competitive game while drunk?
Yes.
He's telling the truth.
Do you think Chess 960 will ever match the popularity of classical chess?
No.
He's telling the truth, but there's more to that.
Okay. But you hope it might?
Of course.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Me too. Magnus, do you think cheating is a widespread problem in online chess?
Yes.
Yes, he's very sure about that.
How about over-the-board chess?
I'm not sure.
He's telling the truth.
Okay. Have you ever cried after a game of chess?
Yes, many times.
He's telling the truth.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, when was the most recent time?
Probably the last time I can remember was the London candidates in 2013.
Yeah, seems like
Truth. Okay, nice.
2024 Speed Chess Championship will be the first Speed Chess Championship with a live final. It's the event the fans have been waiting for. We hope it's the first of many to come, because live throwdowns. It feels like the Speed Chess Championship was born for this. And Paris, what a great first city. What an amazing way to combine maybe some vacation, some tourism with some great chess. Robert, I don't think the players on this bracket are going to be doing a lot of tourism. They're going to be focused on the chess. Alireza Firouzja and Hans Niemann await. Will it be Magnus Carlsen or Arjun today facing off against Hans Niemann when we get to Paris?
Well, for Alireza Firouzja, I mean, many familiar sights. He lives in France, not far from Paris. And for Hans Niemann, well, it's a chance to play against Magnus Carlsen over the board. That's, I think, what everyone is waiting for. I have not been one for the drama. I think actually it's disrespectful to the players and the competition, because it overshadows all the hard work, all the great moves and games that these players play. But I know that the fans, they're out there, they're on Reddit, Twitter, X, whatever you call it these days, and doing their thing. So I personally, I've always liked to stick to the chess. I know that's not always possible given all that's transpired, but I do think that I want to show the utmost respect to all of the players, all 16 that played in the SCC who started there. And of course, we're about to narrow it down to 4 after these quarterfinals.
Sticking to the chess is why we love you. That's why we can't spell chess without you. He's Robert Hess. He's bringing it to you. Enough of the drama. Let's talk about the games that are about to happen in Bullet. I'm forcing you to draw it up, Robert. Like, how is there anything else you could change if you're Arjun to get different types of positions against Magnus Carlsen here in this fastest segment?
Ooh, you're down by 5 points. Magnus, he won the first section by 2, this last one by 3. He won 3 games in a row there, did Magnus. So all the momentum in his corner as well. I'm just being honest. Magnus Carlsen, highest rated player in chess history. He doesn't lose many games, period. So to lose by a margin of 5 in a bullet time patrol, I have no advice for Arjun Erigaisi.
It seems unlikely. It's where you start looking at the other storylines if you're a baseball commentator. Robert's other favorite sport, baseball. No kidding. And the reason is because at this point, unless we get the start of something like right away, right now at the 25-minute mark, as we have just started the fastest segment of the Speed Chess Championship format, it either happens right away or it is what you're saying. And the storylines we talk about are what's going to happen in Paris, Magnus Carlsen, Hans Niemann. We talk about maybe a little bit of money on the line with every game. That is one of the cool things about the SCC format, often forgotten. Every game at this point is worth a few $100, so that's kind of cool. And you also know that Arjun is not going to lie down. He came into this match, Robert, knowing he was an underdog, and Magnus Carlsen is a hero of his. Like, let's go. He's playing Magnus. I think he wants to win some games here in Bullet.
Yeah, we saw Arjun beat Magnus in an over-the-board Blitz game just early in the week in the World Blitz Team Championship event. And we see now with the black pieces that Arjun has a perfectly acceptable position. But as has been the theme of the match, if you just look to the left of the board at the clocks, Magnus with now a 15-second lead in bullet chess. That's really been the trend of the entire day.
Yep. Up on the clock, even in Bullet. The time advantage was bigger because there was more time, I guess, to gain in the 5 and 3 minute. It's been a problem for Arjun, I agree. But as you already highlighted, Magnus Carlsen plays really good moves fast. That's one of the things that he does. That's one of his hobbies, is to play really good chess moves fast. And so it's hard to compete with that.
And I'm not sure what to do, and I'm not sure anybody knows what to do when Magnus, finds his form. And right now, Arjun playing well in this game. He's trying to evacuate that queen, say bye-bye. He kicks it back to f3, but at what cost? Now the whole long diagonal is open. This pawn e5 doing a great job of blocking the diagonal, but at some moment, if you ever push this pawn to e4, this bishop, he did it now, voluntarily, this bishop on c3 is a beautiful piece.
A monster. Checkmates on the dark squares are forever in your nightmares now. Okay, and even the rook ending, I know that gets the bishop off the board, but that still would have been better for white. Magnus flexing a space advantage on the queen side here. But okay, I like this move. Here you go, d3.
Great play from Arjun. Actually, I liked e4 as well. At first, I was thinking, how are you going to allow this bishop to be unopposed on such a long diagonal? But what are the squares? Even if the queen and bishop could form a battery, all of these squares are covered by black. And, here comes an attack. Queen f7, queen h5, if you allow it. And then the black king is somehow safer than the white king.
Magnus is tired of it. He gives up the rook for the knight and takes advantage of the fact that the f5 pawn is hanging with check. That's actually really key. Oh, wait. No.
Yeah, he decided to take the f4 pawn, Danny. I guess he wanted to keep his king a little bit safer. But now, is it enough? This d3 pawn is falling, it would seem. So, Danny, compensation is real.
Yeah, and here comes f4, taking advantage of all the crazy pins and the pawns that are tied down. The reason Magnus was avoiding it is he didn't want all the files to become open. Rooks are better than bishops with open file access for sure. So, and here the eval bar goes. Magnus was trying to avoid a position like this where the rooks are going to get going on e2, on the f file. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He c7. The queen does get back in time. Oh my goodness. What a move. King g8.
Yeah, and there's no queen takes d5 check because rook e8 is a discovered check at the end of that line. Brilliant by Arjun.
So queen b5 heading to b8. Rook c4. Another great move by Arjun. He should go after the white king.
Yeah, he didn't. He played queen c8 instead of queen e4 check. Will that come back to haunt him? He's got, okay, both sides literally on the increment here.
Yeah, no time for either player. The white king, so far, it's sound, safe on g2, but watch out. d4 check, rook c2 was also an idea to pin that queen.
He's got bishop d4 to stop d4 check. That's key. Is the king safe? Is it hiding? He's going to find out. Oh my gosh. What?
I don't even know. I won't even
I
ask.
don't know. I don't know what's going on.
It's too crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Can you give a check? Yes, he does. He trades queens.
Can. But he can't trade queens. You can't take it.
Oh, rook takes c7. What a move. You couldn't stop the d pawn.
Oh my gosh. Brilliant chess, but is it going to be enough? Somehow both of those players survive and this game's going to be a draw? I feel robbed.
This is ridiculous. I mean, this is bullet chess for you. Arjun probably had some wild winning move that was impossible to spot with 2 seconds on the clock. And now, well, Arjun can play this out a little bit. He does have a rook against a bishop.
Well, and I'm like, Magnus is just giving up that G-pawn. That's fascinating content. Okay, here we go. I'm like, what? Is this the best way for Magnus to play this endgame? I don't know, but maybe he's going to draw anyway.
He's drawing and he's wasting a ton of time. Take on h4. If you're Arjun, get this game over with. Take the pawn.
Yep. Stop trying to win, Arjun. That's bad match strategy. Good call, Robert. Go to the draw. You played great in this first bullet game. Get the draw in the books and give yourself a chance.
Yeah, because this is wasting precious time off the clock. It's a 5-point lead. That may seem insurmountable, but there is, mathematically speaking, enough time to get it done. So take the pawn. Just go rook h7.
Yep.
That's the ambulance. Not for me.
Yeah. And take care of whoever you are going to meet, ambulance. Take care of those people. Take the pawn, Arjun, and take care of those people. Okay. Jokes aside, you saw Magnus was even surprised. I don't know if you saw it, Robert. He was kind of like, what's going on here, right? Like, I mean, he's like, I'm going to milk every second of this clock. So Arjun finally realizes that and does take the draw.
And if it were a different style of position, Magnus could have just given the pawn away and then played king and bishop versus king and rook, which is a theoretical draw. But that's risking a little bit too much. You're flying a little too close to the sun. So, wait. What is Magnus doing? Does this work?
95 is a tactical problem for black. Oh, he's sacrificing the queen. Is he just like... Okay.
This is a bullet opening. I love it.
It seems unnecessary from Magnus, though. I mean, but he's got a couple pieces for the queen, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of this really random game between Egyptian international master Mohamed Izzat and Vladimir Kramnik. And this was a game in the World Team Championship where Izzat had like 2 minor pieces and a pawn for a queen, just like this. And it's super complicated stuff. So we see the position here where white has a queen for a knight, a bishop, and now 2 pawns. So that is a material imbalance you do not see very often.
Yeah. And it highlights really well where the math of chess doesn't matter as much as the options are actually available to you, right? Because the math is there to tell us what is the rook worth in the open board. It's worth 5 compared to a bishop worth 3. But if you don't have targets, Robert, if you don't have anything to gang up on or a way to coordinate, it doesn't matter if the math checks out because the minors just have everything controlled. So these positions are fascinating.
I really like this decision, though. Rook e1, bishop e5. The a7 pawn has been hanging, but that's not the best pawn that black has that you want to get after.
Yeah.
He wanted g4 and to get to the e7 pawn. So he's trading more pieces. Here comes that g4 move. There aren't that many pieces left, Danny. I would say that this gives black hopes of holding on to this game because the fewer pieces that remain, for example, rook and pawn against queen, sometimes that's a fortress.
Yeah, and sometimes, I mean, even a couple minors can hold a fortress if the queen side wasn't an issue. Now, Arjun does finally take that a7 pawn. If he can find a way to win the b6 pawn and keep the a pawn, then, there you go. But Magnus, there's a reason that eval bar is all over the place here. What a difficult position to play. 2 minors and a weak king for white. I'm losing it.
And I think you have to give up your rook for that knight. Otherwise, you have no winning chances. And if there was a way to win this bishop, then white is winning, and he's trying to set that up. But I think black can safely move this bishop somewhere. Actually, Denny, if you take this pawn...
I was just going to say, I don't even think it's winning anymore. Yeah, exactly.
No, it's a fortress. The rook goes to a5 and then over to f5. I think this is a draw.
And not only that, this could be a fortress that gets a million seconds off the clock. Okay, Magnus plays for more, but I think you're right. I think rook a2, rook a5 was a easy draw is unfair to say, but it was a fortress.
Danny, I'm going to give the same advice that I gave the last game. Arjun just needs to make the draw. Well, actually, maybe not anymore, because Magnus is playing for a win. Queen e8 check was there. The f7 pawn would have been loose in that position, but I think if he gets an opportunity, he's to force it. Queen e5! Queen e5!
Queen e5, it's mate and rook. Magnus pushes too far. And he recognizes it. He resigns an unnecessary push there by Magnus. He could have taken the easy way out and held a draw and probably gotten a lot more time off the clock. Maybe he's being a little too lax with that lead right now. But either way, Arjun strikes and gets his first bullet win.
Yeah, I still stand by that. Arjun probably should have just forced a draw if it was available to him. And Magnus, what is he doing there? He's like just saying, nothing is the matter. I can do whatever I want. Well, actually, the answer is no, you can't, because Arjun spotted that one-move tactic that ended the game on the spot. So here we see Arjun with the black pieces playing some feisty chess from the black side. A French defense was an advanced variation. So I have to say, I think Arjun, he's doing the best he can given the 4-point hole.
Completely agree. And we should give Arjun credit that, yes, Magnus blundered the fork of the rook and checkmate, but there's a reason he blundered it, because the rook was having a hard time guarding the a4 pawn, right? Because Arjun was going to take b6. So I'm saying, like, Magnus had gotten himself in trouble and Arjun converted. Now with an aggressive opening, he'd love to get 2 in a row and give us some drama here.
And we see that the center is opening up. There is a black king still sitting there. Now it's castle, but that costs you a pawn. I guess there's compensation because black is super active over here on the king side. But then I love moves like queen g5.
Yeah. Get the queens off. You just won a pawn. Don't give black any unnecessary action, or you force Arjun to be passive, and now maybe white gets in attack if you play queen h5.
Ooh, nice looking move there to get knight g5 next. Also to freeze that knight. Knight f4 was a pretty annoying response. Now knight f4 just trades queens, and white is a pawn ahead. So even if black isn't much worse, winning this position from the black side, not going to happen.
And he's also down 15 seconds on the clock, which is kind of where he's been all day if you think about it proportionally in the 5-minute and 3-minute. This is not a recipe you want. Got to play faster, Arjun.
Just an easy position now for white. You're up a pawn. You can always threaten to trade pieces. That sounds weird, but when you're ahead material, you can just, let's get the rooks off the board. Let's try to get some minor pieces off because you do have the extra pawn. Knight has to leave, probably up to g5, but that knight's going to get kicked around a bit. Danny, maybe this isn't so easy for white to coordinate.
Agreed. It's getting spicy here. It's kind of roles reversed when Magnus was down a pawn but had the bishop pair, right? Here, Arjun down a pawn, but the bishop pair is dominant. This is a hard position for white to play.
Yeah, now Magnus needs to be very careful because on an open board with pawns on both sides, the bishops are dominant compared to a knight. And you see Magnus dropping down under 5 seconds. He goes knight to b5. But Danny, you can see that he is not feeling confident about his position.
No, this one he'd probably be happy with a draw, not just for the match situation, but for the game. Bishop c5, and we've got bishop takes f2 check and weird stuff. No, bishop a2, just simple chess.
And you see right now that Magnus, he just got the move off in time. He needs to waste match clock. And he's actually losing a full rook. He resigns. He was dead lost here. But Danny, suddenly it's a 3-point match.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, Magnus got a little bit lax in that game that with the queen sack, and again, he was in a good spot. He should have settled on a draw. He's given Arjun some very, very clear momentum, and 3 games is doable in 12 minutes.
Yeah, in fact, Arjun can afford even a couple draws in there as long as he gets a winning streak somewhere. So we see Arjun with the white pieces, similar to what we've seen before. We may get a hanging pawn structure. We reviewed one game with the hanging pawn structure that did not work out well for Arjun. What do you think about this position, Danny? Arjun at least playing very quickly.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's the thing I'm most excited about. Not down on the clock. It's not going to be a hanging pawn position, more of an IQP, unless white tries to push c5. But okay, just as we say that, he does start to think, and Magnus not taking a lot of time here to improve his position. Black looking pretty good here.
Yeah, I think you're right. C5 was necessary because black's moves are too simple, and the c4 pawn is a target. So we see a bunch of trades. The queen can't step out to b2 with check. The black queen will step in front, offering a trade. And when you push pawns, you leave squares behind. Later in the game, the c3 square is going to be juicy for the black knight.
We need to have a merch line of just Robert Hess quick hits. When you push pawns, you leave squares behind. I would buy that and wear it on a t-shirt, as long as the t-shirt was comfy. Just letting you know. You launch your merch line tomorrow, I'm buying all your gear. All right, knight to d2. Now the queen wants to get off the c file, and she does. Oh, but apparently it's no good.
Oh.
Lose the pawn. The knight's pinned. That's what happens when you listen to Danny. What is wrong with you? JC lives.
Oh, that's a reference that will just never stop giving. And we see here that now Magnus is up a pawn, Danny, and he's up 30 seconds. I think for Arjun, you consider resigning. It's not dead loss over the board, but I'm just worried about the match clock situation in a game that he's likely to lose anyway.
Yeah, no, it's so hard. And we commentate on these matches and have been doing so for years. And so I think sometimes the commentators quickly see the writing on the wall from a match strategy point of view, but it's easy for us to say. It's hard for a player to acknowledge that a game might have gotten away from them when they know that every game matters.
Well, I think the c3 pawn is dropping. 2.9 seconds left for Arjun. He keeps finding himself with just 1 second on the clock, barely getting the moves off. But as we see the trades happen here, black is clearly no worse. In fact, it's still better for black because this queen on e2 is so active.
Yeah, to walking into the face of discovered check danger. Almost had a heart attack there, Bob. That would be a baker's dozen for me. Okay, Magnus continues to push. The b5 pawn falls. But shout out to Arjun, because if he does draw this game, Robert, then the fight was worth it.
Yeah, no, it truly is, because it will give him a fighting chance. But Magnus, is he not just going to go up a pawn here? I guess you can go knight c4 and trade everything off. Magnus was b5, keeping hopes of a win alive. And Danny, he's well ahead in the clock. Why not?
Yeah, he should. Arjun living off the increment here. You don't have time to push a7 before the rook hangs. What kind of winning chances does black have in a practical game? Forget about the time. Ooh,
I can't forget about the time, because that's why he's going to win.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Arjun barely getting these moves off. Wow, Arjun fighting back tremendously well.
He is. That pawn is too strong, though.
Knight d2? Oh, I think he needed to go knight d2 to stop the pawn in advance.
Now he's losing the knight. And, okay, still tough for Magnus to win this. And I would argue a draw is still a successful result given how much time is on the clock. Losing would be devastating here.
Rook d2 wins. I think this endgame is winning for black because these pawns are in bad squares. What white needs to do is trade off the last pawn, but you're not getting it.
And that might be all she wrote. That's a 4-game lead, Robert, with 8 minutes to play.
It's a clincher. That looks like Magnus has all wrapped it up. I guess I'm still looking at the clock. If Arjun wins a couple fast games, we may revisit the topic. We don't want to mislead anybody. The match, I think at this stage, both players know that it's going to Magnus Carlsen. And I mean, Danny, that means that the people get what they want. I think that I've seen enough social media posts for a lifetime in the last, 24 hours. But
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think we got to talk about it. I really do. We're going to get.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Social media? What is that?
we're going to get Hans Niemann versus Magnus Carlsen. So, I mean, approaching the Speed Chess Championship semifinals. If we talk about it from a chess perspective, Magnus has, a wealth of experience. Hans is new to these SCC formats. And Magnus, by the way, is just cruising again.
Well,
As up
and
on
Hans
him.
isn't totally new. Remember, he played in our JSCC, I think, a long
That's right.
time ago. But you're right. No, he's definitely new to the main SCC.
But he has beaten both Maxime and Wesley, who are two of the mainstays, players who you just kind of write off as being in the semifinals each and every year. So I guess the question then becomes, from like a smarter chess or smarter Danny perspective, as Magnus just gave up his bishop for 2 pawns to get a fork here, how would you estimate like the chances for Hans?
I mean, you have to give Magnus is the heavy favorite. I mean, there's no other way around it. It may not be the dramatic storyline, or may get me accused of being, biased toward Magnus, as I'm often accused of in the dynamic that is Hans Niemann. But I don't think there's anybody who would deny that. I think that his play has been incredibly impressive, right? He staved off that comeback by Maxime in those final moments where Maxime put him up against the wall, and you thought that match might go to overtime. Hans Niemann delivered and beat Maxime in that final game. And then against Wesley So, I mean, Hans was he was incredible, right? I mean, Hans, I would argue it wasn't the best chess we've seen from Wesley. I think you would agree with that, right? So that I'm not accused of being biased there, but I think Hans played well regardless. And I think even if it wasn't Wesley's best chess, Hans has delivered. He's said a lot of things that aren't true in interviews after that. As we've learned, you can say things confidently, even if they're not true. And if anyone actually does want to see my response, you can go to Twitter and hit the follow button, or just see the thread that probably will get posted. But regardless of the drama and the antics from Hans off the board, and the narrative that he feels that he continues to need to drive in terms of, whatever it is that does for him to tell that story, the fact is Hans has delivered on the board, and there's no denying it. But Magnus Carlsen is a heavy favorite. Full stop.
Yeah, I guess the big question is what mentality Magnus will be in. Obviously, it's hard to play any top-level chess player, but one that you have this kind of history with, I think that's a big question mark. And I think that, Hans has played really great chess. We just saw him take down two of the best players in the game, and he's going on his world tour that will eventually, all roads lead to Rome, but sometimes they lead to Paris as well.
All roads lead to Rome, except for when they lead to Paris. I'm pretty sure that was a direct Marcus Aurelius quote. All roads lead to Rome, except when they go to Paris. All roads of a Magnus Carlsen Hans Niemann showdown point to Paris. As we already told you earlier today, tickets for Sunday are sold out. Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann, if I know the schedule correctly, which I guess I should. I really don't know the schedules very well these days. Shout out to Michael Brancato, Nintendo dude, overseeing events so that I don't have to. Love that guy. I think that they play Friday, Robert. And so if you want to get your tickets for Friday and see Magnus versus Hans, now's the time. And I will be there. You will be there. We'll see what happens.
We will indeed. And, these final few games, you see Magnus up 12-7 after he won that previous game. While we were chatting about other things, the match is, I think, going to just continue. The lead is going to continue expanding here because Magnus with the black pieces doing everything right. His opponent's double pawns, queen and rook lined up, barreling down. Arjun in time trouble. Danny, I have to say that Magnus is, ooh, that's a
wait a second,
kick.
A trick. I don't think Magnus saw that. A brilliant move. Is that the first brilliancy we've had today, by the way? Speaking of a day of no brilliant glyphs, that was interesting.
I think we might have just had like one other. This could be the first. We have to get our team to check it out. But I mean, Arjun has found these moments, right? Where Magnus just is a bit lackadaisical. Oh, I'm just going to get this one done. And then Arjun just finds the tactics.
Agreed. And I think there have been a couple of lackadaisical moments. I would bet Magnus will probably admit as much in the interview that is coming up at the end of the show, assuming he does hold on and get the win. So, but as I said earlier in the match, Robert, Magnus has had lackadaisical moments before. Not everyone converts on those. Arjun has taken those opportunities. It's been great. It's been what's kept this close because I think Magnus overall, the scoreboard, says so. Magnus has been the better player, but the few times Magnus let his foot off the gas, Arjun capitalized, and he might do it again here.
And Arjun setting up some kind of knight g6, rook takes knight with a pin on the 7th rank. So Arjun, he is capitalizing. You made a good point that Magnus is incredibly resourceful. He will fight to the bitter end. And so for Arjun Erigaisi, he's really been hanging in there. And okay, he wants the g-pawn, but apparently that wasn't the right way of going about it. Knight takes g7. There's knight d6 with a fork of the rooks.
Oh, Forky Poo gets out of dodge. No more forks for you, sir. Go fork yourself. Can I say that? Go fork another time.
You can. Look at that move, G6, a little tricky try from Magnus, who resigns. Arjun Erigaisi up 2 pawns, gets the win. And Danny, it's going to be our last game of the match, it would appear. And it's a 4-point cushion. Magnus Carlsen, he's officially won, of course. But Arjun Erigaisi, he deserves so much credit. He's young. He'll be back in the SCC. And I think he doesn't just want to win one match. He wants to win this whole thing one year.
Yeah. And he's the kind of player who will. It's fun when you see players who have played in the JSCC, moved on, I guess, graduated. We actually aren't even running the Junior Speeches Championship this year. It's kind of been positioned into the Chess Kid Championship. Long story, but we're still celebrating, of course, who the future stars are of the many, many years ahead of us in chess, even if the name of that event has changed. But it's fun to see players like Arjun and others just go from being top juniors who are fast and amazing to watch to become the world's future as far as being the super grandmasters and challengers for the world title for years to come. And I think Arjun has a lot more chess ahead against Magnus Carlsen and a lot more chess to prove what he's capable of.
And you pointed this out. It's been talked about in interviews where Arjun, he just hasn't received all the opportunities, and there are only so many to go around. A lot of chess tournaments, 10 players, round robin format. And so for Arjun, I think everyone wants to see him in each and every competition, especially his rating has been on a straight line up towards the top. So Arjun will learn from this. That's one of my biggest takeaways from that World Rapid Team, whatever it's called, event, the Wadim thing, is that when Arjun lost to Magnus,
the Wadim thing.
Yeah,
Can someone
exactly.
clip that Robert just said?
I don't really know what it's called, the proper name, but the point is that
Okay.
I know he organized it to win a quote unquote world title. But for Arjun, when he lost to Magnus, that Chess Base India clip of him like immediately going up to Magnus after the game, talking to him, you can see that hunger to improve. You can see that respect that he has from players who are currently better than him, but also have so much experience and so much wisdom to provide. So I've had very pleasant interactions with Arjun when I commentated in the Tata Steel Rapid and Blitz in India as this match comes to a close, and Arjun's time at the SCC also comes to a close. I just want to say that this is a very ambitious, very talented, very kind young man who is just starting in his already illustrious career, and I'm just super stoked to see him continue to play in tournaments. We don't root for anybody, but he is a hard person not to root for.
Couldn't agree more, and well said on every level. And not to make it about more than Arjun, because this is about him in this moment with his match versus Magnus. But I want to say that what you just talked about in terms of his hunger going up to Magnus after the loss, I just wanted to share, reminded me of some of the interactions with Prague and Norway that I had in June. I just want to say there's a poise that a lot of these young Indian players have, Robert, that is mature beyond their years. There's like a wisdom in terms of how they approach the tough losses, in terms of their ability to kind of have short-term memory loss. They talk about that in sports a lot. Supreme confidence comes with just not beating yourself up. And it comes with this sort of relentless desire to learn. So again, not to take Arjun's moment, we're celebrating him. He has many more opportunities to come, but I want to shout out that it's one of the things that I experienced again with both Prague and Vachier-Lagrave in Norway when we were in Stavanger. And I know Gukesh has the same thing. And Prague said that they work with like mindfulness kind of guru coaches, Robert. Like they are mature beyond their years, and Arjun is one of them. And it's incredibly exciting to see.
And Arjun wins the final game, but the match is Magnus Carlsen's. These two clearly haven't had enough chess. The game has been abandoned, but as we see on the screen, Magnus Carlsen defeats Arjun 12-9. He moves on to the Speed Chess Championship semifinals. Yeah, drink that water, get yourself some refreshment, and I think everybody should get their popcorn ready because it's the matchup, Danny, that the whole world has been waiting for.
It will be Magnus Carlsen versus Hans Niemann in Paris because Magnus Carlsen defeated Arjun Erigaisi by a final score of 12-9. OMG, what an event the 2024 Speed Chess Championship is turning out to be. It's official. You can book it. You can circle it. Again, if you haven't booked your ticket, they will play on Friday. Had confirmation given by staff, as I talked about in real time. Both semifinals will be on Friday. So in some ways, I think Friday and Sunday might be the two most exciting days. You get both semifinals, Robert, and then you get that championship. But one of the other things that's exciting about Paris, I don't know if you know this, we have a consolation match. We added prize money to the event because of that, kind of asking even more of the players. We're really excited that we're going to get so much chess as fans. We're going to get a lot of chess out of these guys. But let's talk real quick about the chess that Magnus Carlsen just gave us here, Robert, and the performance today.
Yeah, he wasn't his best. And that says a lot, that when he actually was quite far from the best we've seen from him, and yet still won quite handily. So Magnus Carlsen, he had blips. He had that game where he lost on time when suddenly he was up a couple pawns, but Arjun had a passer. There were times where he had a huge lead on the clock, and he, I think, just was a little bit too lax, ended up going for tactics that didn't work. But he was super strong. The way he was able to recover from some of those disappointments, he won 3 in a row towards the end of the 3+1 time control. And so I think that Magnus Carlsen, I mean, he's in great shape, generally speaking. He's had some very tough recent circumstances in his life. Of course, our condolences to him and the entire Carlsen family. So you never know how long that could impact somebody. But Magnus Carlsen, when he's at the board, when his mind is to it, the guy is just an absolute monster.
Couldn't agree more. And that guy will be joining us on the other side of the break. Chat, get some questions going. We may have an opportunity to get a few of those featured questions up to the greatest player of all time, the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, does move on. He will be in the semifinals in Paris, and he will be with us for an interview after this break.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
This summer, Paris, France is set to hold the greatest sports spectacle the world has ever seen. And no, I'm not talking about the Olympics, though that's pretty cool too, I guess. It's the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. In the 2024 Speed Chess Championship, 16 of the world's greatest speed chess superstars take up the gauntlet. Only 4 will make it to Paris. For the first time ever, few are invited into the battleground. Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greets. Hurry before the clock runs out.
I'm super happy now to announce the Create Your Own course for 2024, where we encourage everyone from the Chessable community to participate, to write their own course, and maybe become the next winner. And winner, chicken dinner, that's what you want to be. Of course, there is a lot of joy in creating a course, but even sweeter is when you are standing on the podium, because winner, $5,000, and also second and third will get $3,000 and $2,000 respectively. So this is looking like an ultimate deal as far as I'm concerned, and you can tell I'm super excited to get through those courses to pick out the winner, which I am going to present very, very proudly. So what's there? What do you need to know in order to get started? First of all, you need to have a Chessable Pro membership. Kind of goes without saying that Chessable Pro membership has a lot of perks already. I am sure that many of you already are Chessable Pro members, but if you are not, here is now another reason for you to upgrade your membership to access all the many perks of Chessable. Be mindful of the fact that there is a deadline associated with this Create Your Own course contest, and that deadline is the 19th of October. So you definitely would like to get the ball rolling. Go to chessable.com/create, and I can't wait to collaborate with you.
Magnus, do you ever regret walking away from the Classical World Championship?
Not ever is hard to say, but I would say that overall, I don't regret it.
Yeah, that's the truth. Okay. Good. Just checking. Just checking. Regardless of who wins the candidates tournament coming up, do you think Ding will successfully defend his title?
No.
He's telling the truth.
Okay, controversial. Magnus, do you ever regret making 2900 a public target?
No. It's the truth, but it's a very sensitive question for him.
Okay, touched a nerve. Magnus, do you feel you've peaked as a chess player?
Yes.
That's the truth.
Okay. Magnus, do you fear the effects of AI in chess?
No.
So it is a lie.
Ooh. Okay. Do you think you could beat Hikaru Nakamura in a chess boxing match?
Yeah. That's a lie.
Wow. Do you think you could beat Levi Rosman and Danny Wrench in a blindfold simul?
I don't care. I don't know what the rest of the question is, but I don't care.
He does care. He's annoyed by that.
Okay. Have you ever played a competitive game while drunk?
Yes.
He's telling the truth.
Do you think Chess 960 will ever match the popularity of classical chess?
No.
He's telling the truth, but there's more to that.
Okay. But you hope it might?
Of course.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Me too. Magnus, do you think cheating is a widespread problem in online chess?
Yes.
Yes, he's very sure about that.
How about over-the-board chess?
I'm not sure.
He's telling the truth.
Okay. Have you ever cried after a game of chess?
Yes, many times.
He's telling the truth.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, when was the most recent time?
Probably the last time I can remember was the London candidates in 2013.
Yeah, seems like
Truth. Okay, nice.
We are back here, joined by the one and only world number one, Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, congratulations on a great match victory. And the first question I have to ask you is the question that everyone wants to hear the answer to. Why did you change your shirts 2 times?
Yeah, the first time I just didn't have time to change after I came back, because I came back to the house a little bit. later than I intended to, and then the second time I had just forgotten that I was intending to wear this shirt, so then I changed again.
I got you. Well, it seemed like your play at the start, it was one nap before the first break, and then things started picking up for you. What would you say was the turning point of that match?
Honestly, I came into this match like feeling really, really poor. Like I was barely able to sleep last night, so I kind of expected to play poorly. And honestly, I think my play was sort of consistently quite meh throughout. So I don't feel like too much changed. I mean, especially my play in time trouble was abysmal, but I think like that's one of the things, like when you're not feeling top at your top level, like your instincts are just not there. So oh well, that's okay. Like this was I figured like the way that I was with the kind of day I had today, then this would be like, the day.
And Magnus, it seems like we might have seen him freeze there. We will update you shortly if we are able to get him back. Just give us a moment as we deal with some of the technology happening from Magnus's quarters. But in the meantime, we got a couple thoughts from Magnus as he moved on to the semifinals to take on Hans Niemann in the semis. So up next in the bracket, Magnus against Hans. He said he didn't sleep as well as he would have liked. He said that he figured that this could happen, but still it was enough to see him through to the semis. So Magnus Carlsen, the third player to make it to Paris, joining Hans Niemann, who will be his opponent, and Alireza Firouzja, the first player to stamp his ticket, and a local. He is from France, so he will take on the winner of Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Nepomniachtchi. So excellent matchups ahead, that's for sure. I think the people really are curious to see who the fourth and final participant will be in the semis. But Danny, I mean, we didn't get to hear as much from Magnus as maybe we would have liked, but it seems that things were not 100% for him.
Well, and Magnus might be back, actually, just so everyone knows. He's having some computer troubles. We've been dealing with some freezing audio and freezing stuff here, which is why we were late coming back and what we're dealing with now. But Magnus is trying to come back, so I'm filling the gap, and I'm gonna tag out because I think he's back, and I'm just gonna let you guys keep having the interview. So I'm just gonna turn off the lights and duck into the corner. Bye, Robert.
Well, now that we're gonna be rejoined by Magnus here, I mean, Magnus, how does it feel that your substitute was Danny Wrench?
What? Yeah, I mean, Danny was doing commentary, so I guess that's natural.
Well, Magnus, I guess you probably expected this was coming. You can share what you do or don't want to, but you said coming in you didn't have that great sleep. I'm sure you've watched the interview or at least heard about it. How are you feeling about everything that happened with Hans winning his match and saying what he did in the interview?
Yeah, I mean, I did hear about him saying what he said in the interviews. That's okay. Nothing like particularly new or surprising. I've sort of said my piece on camera in a documentary that it's coming at some point. So, like, apart from that, I don't want to particularly elaborate.
Okay, well, he is your next opponent, and if he were any other person, I'd ask you the same question. I mean, how do you feel going into Paris and having him to face off against you in the semifinals?
Yeah, he's playing quite well. I think if I like have a decent day, I'll probably win without too many issues. But I mean, it's something that a lot of people want to see, obviously. So I guess it's going to be exciting for some, but I mean, it's no secret that I would have wished for another opponent.
And I guess, you seem to be making your feelings quite clear here, but do you think that it comes at a psychological cost to play against him, given what's transpired between you two?
Yeah, I mean, we're here, so try and make the best of it. But it is what it is.
Okay, and Magnus, I guess to go back to your opponent from today's match, there was this clip from Chess Base India of after you beat Arjun in the Rapid in Kazakhstan just earlier this week, where he came up to you, wanted to go over the game. What do you have to say about Arjun Erigaisi and his improvement as a chess player?
I think he's shown tremendous improvement over the last couple of years, and I do appreciate that he's a kid who's quite respectful and always trying to learn and be better. So I wish him nothing but success.
And Magnus, a non-chess question from me: have you been following the Olympics, and if so, what's been your favorite thing to watch thus far?
Yeah, I've been following a little bit. My favorites are probably track and field, basketball, and golf when that was on.
Okay, well, I know the U.S. is playing Serbia now, so I'll just ask you a couple chat questions before I let you head to watch that, I assume. But a question from Orama is, how are you preparing yourself for the Olympiad in September?
Well, at the moment, I'm not. But it's always fun to represent my country, so I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, I mean, at the moment, there's a lot of other things that are going on, both on and off the board. So I haven't had time to focus on that. But it's the Olympiad is always a fun event.
Yeah, understood. And you said you enjoy representing your nation. We just talked about the Olympics. Second chat question is from Master Chief Zod, who wants to know if you think that chess should be added to the Olympics.
I generally think that there should be fewer sports in the Olympics rather than more. I feel like the Olympics should be. I mean, I know this is not going to happen because that's not the way the money goes. But if I was in charge, I'd make the Olympics sort of closer to its original idea, not just a world championship of every sport. And no, so I wouldn't welcome chess in the Olympics.
But if we went back to the originals, we wouldn't have those memes of the shooters and the Turkish guy, just put his hand in his pocket. You wouldn't miss all that?
Well, shooting is very relevant for war and sometimes survival. So shooting definitely belongs in the Olympics.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to check because that was
So
like the
jokes on
viral.
you.
Well, I'm happy to be the butt of the joke. That's fine. Magnus, again, congratulations on a great match. You won, even if you said you weren't at your best form, and that means we'll see you live in Paris. So thanks so much for joining for the interview. Before actually I let you go, I just have one quick question. Tomorrow is Hikaru versus Jan. Hikaru usually the favorite in matchups he's playing when you're not the opponent. Do you think Jan has legitimate chances, and what would you rate them at?
I don't know, probably 5% at the most.
I guess you're quite.
I mean, that's just the reality. Honestly, that's just the reality. Like most of these matches are not going to be that interesting in terms of the final outcome. Like the road there can be very interesting, but usually these matches are like at most sort of fake close at some point, like that it's tied or like a 1-point game at some point or something. But I mean, the sporting intrigue, well, if Jan plays anything like he's played the last few times he's played the Speeches Championship, like he has absolutely no chance. So yeah, but we'll see. Maybe he can conjure up something, but it's yeah. I mean, I wouldn't hold my breath.
Okay, well, we won't make you do that. Magnus, thank you for joining for this interview. I know it's getting late by you, so we'll let you go. But thanks so much for stopping by, and congratulations again on the win.
Yeah, thanks.
Magnus Carlsen, fresh off a win against Arjun Erigaisi. You heard it from the man himself. He says that tomorrow's matchup between Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Nepomniachtchi, that might just be Magnus predicting Hikaru with a seamless win. And I'm rejoined here by none other than Danny Wrench. Danny, I try to throw you under the bus a little bit by asking him how it felt that you replaced him, but he just said, yeah, okay, he was the commentator, whatever.
No, I was hoping he would bite on that too. Normally he does. Normally he takes that chance, but obviously a lot of big feelings and big perspectives with some big stuff going on in the chess world, and it's understandable. The documentary that is coming has officially been leaked, and I won't say more about that, but it's actually true. The perspective has been shared, and people should be on the edge of their seats. I'm on the edge of my seat for Paris regardless, and I think. Also, kind of interesting comments that Jan Nepomniachtchi only a 5% chance against Hikaru Nakamura, right? Smarter Chess, Magnus Carlsen is coming for your job, apparently, Robert.
I mean, 5% I think is too low, but I get the point that Magnus is making. Hikaru and Magnus himself, they've both been so phenomenal in these formats that it seems like you know the result. You can just check it off. But 16 versus 1 upsets happened in the NCAA tournament. This isn't even close to that kind of upset. I think Jan, of course, will have a chance, but he'll need to bring his A game from the start because he lost the first 4 games against Norderbeck, at least 3.
Yeah.
And you just can't do that against Hikaru. You are not going to find your way back in the match.
Couldn't agree more. And obviously I agree with Magnus that him and Hikaru have proven that. So it's not like we're breaking news in terms of who the heavy favorites are in this format. And it is, you and I have talked about, it's almost like NBA playoffs are 7 games. The better team usually wins in 7 games, even if they have a couple of bad games, right? When you have a match format with this many games, those 2 guys have proven that they are the best in the formats, which is why they win most of the time. But I agree with you. I think Jan Nepomniachtchi has way better than 5% chances. And I also think no one should be sleeping on Alireza Firouzja for sure, regardless of what happens in that matchup, because we know that there's so much ahead in the future for Firouzja. But all eyes on Magnus Carlsen versus Hans Niemann, and all eyes on the chess world right now, because the drama is real, I guess, both on and off the board. And on that note, Robert, I think we've had enough for today. I'm going to thank you, sir. Obviously, I will gush with you off camera. You know, I love you and I miss you. This has been awesome. We have not commentated for too long together, so thanks for putting up with me today. And for the whole team, everybody working super hard in these big moments, thank you to the crew at Chess.com holding up the big boulders and making sure that this stuff happens, production, events, operations, everybody. For my partner, the one and only Grandmaster Robert Hess, you can't spell chess without him. And for everyone else, especially as I will end with the fans, thank you for being here and supporting our shows. Tune in tomorrow for the quarterfinal Speed Chess Championship match in the 2024 season. It's Hikaru Nakamura versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. I will have the call along with Danya Naroditsky, and we'll see you there.